I had Coral trying to get hold of me yesterday, and I gather that is an apology, so we'll be accepting an apology from Coral. It's been passed to me. We are live. Good morning, everybody. I welcome you to the council meeting of today's date, and reminding councillors and those people online that we are live. And so, and again, reminding you that the microphones are reasonably sensitive. So please keep your discussion in line with that. Would please stand and listen to Councillor. Read the council prayer. Thank you, Councillor.
Almighty God, as members of the Rangitikei District Council, we give thanks for all the good things of our district and the advantages we enjoy. We pray that you will give us wisdom and guidance as we conduct the affairs of this meeting. We pray for all the communities in the district we represent. Help us to be fair and honest in our discussions, and help us to work together in unity for the welfare of all your people. Amen.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert. I have an apology from Councillor Korowakawa. I'll so move and seconded to that. Councillor Ash seconding. Those in favour, those against, carried. Thank you. We have no public forum today. Is there anybody that has a conflict of interest that they wish to register at this stage, bearing in mind that when we come to deliberations, if it may be more appropriate to list them at that stage?
I have one with respect to the item with Rangitikei Environment Group. I share that, so I'll...
Thank you. Any further conflicts?
There's a submission there from Rathmore Investments, which is a family-owned property, but I'm not a director on the committee.
Rathmore Investments. Thank you very much. Watershed Road, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I accept, in terms of your conflict of interest, Councillor, I accept one with regard to Rathmore Investments, being a family association. Councillor Gordon, can you just explain that your conflict with the Reg group?
Look, I chair the group. I don't think we're making any decision on funding today, but I just thought I should put it out there. We get most of our funding out of Horizons Regional Council. We get a small bit out of Rangitikei District.
Yeah, I can't see that being a conflict when you matters before the table today, but thank you for bringing it to our attention. So, in terms of the confirmation of order of business, we have one significant change, and that will be that we will move the revenue and financing policy 6.4 to after 6.6. In my opinion, when we're discussing, for instance, things like the UAGCs, Uniform Annual General Charges, that's part of a rating position which would be governed by the revenue and financing position. So I think there's a reversal of order that we needed to do there, and that has been adopted. Other than that, from staff's point of view, do we have any other changes of order of business for today? So just, I'd like to make a couple of opening comments around today's meeting. So this is the long-term plan deliberations. This is the decision step around how we format our budgets and what priorities we put in place over the next 10 years, focusing on the first 3 years. It has been a very exhaustive process. And first of all, I'd like to thank the submitters. There's been a high level of interest in this long-term plan. A huge number of submitters have given us a very good steer of what should and should not be done. And I'd like to thank them for their interest and for taking part in local government. I'd also like, as part of that process, to thank staff and councillors. So it has been a very tough process, and probably the hardest process that I've been involved with in my time in local government. I'd also like to note there's been a lot of public discussion around the three waters. This three waters provision of wastewater services, water, potable water and stormwater. It's focused around whether the management of those resources should be council function or another aggregated entity function. Our long-term plan has been delivered on the basis of business as usual, where the decisions rest from there on in is anybody's guess at the moment. The other thing I'd like to comment on is that a very significant part of our budget will always be for our authority roading. So staff have spent quite a long time negotiating a process around roading budgets. This has in the past been up to 45% of our major work programs for the year. Not quite that this year because of other capital works, but it is still a very, very significant budgetary item. The principal funder of our roading at rate of 65% this year, dropping to 63% in the next couple of years, will always be Waka Kotahi, or in the old-fashioned terms, NZTA. So our budgets have been prepared on the basis of an agreement with Waka Kotahi. We have received in the last few days almost a decision from Waka Kotahi that our budgets need to be reduced in terms of that funding to the equivalent of around about $7 million over the first 3 years. That is a very substantial reduction and will impact heavily on our roading programs. So I suspect when we go through the requests of submissions today with regard to roading, that a lot of the discussion may well be that we make decisions subject to or caveat on funding opportunities or a rejig of the activity management plans for roading. So it's just a position we've been placed like every other council in terms of the clawback of money through Waka Kotahi. I would like to ask Chief Financial Officer or Group Manager, Mr. Toombs, would you like to make any comment at this stage around that?
Yeah, just to clarify some of the details there. So Waka Kotahi have said over 3 years, our spending program has to come down by, say, 7 million. I'm talking round figures. Now, as the Mayor said, they fund on average 64% of that. So we're going to be spending 7 million less. We're going to be receiving 4.5 million less in income. So that means we'll be spending of our money 2.5 million less. Some of that spending would have been on capital. Most of that reduction in spending is in capital. So our income's gone down by 4.5 million over 3 years, but our operational spending doesn't actually go down that much. Most of the reduced spending is in capital. So what that means is, compared to the figures in our draft budgets, year 2, for example, we were showing a small surplus that becomes a deficit. I think we were all aware that we were spending the first 3 or 4 years, 3 years of the long-term plan in transforming an underlying deficit position into a surplus, and their ability to do that won't change because of this. Where we might get unstuck, of course, is where the network fails and we've got to spend money we've got to fund ourselves.
Thank you. So in essence, that if we were going to retain our existing roading budget that we had gone through the process, the only alternative would be for us to significantly spend on unsubsidised work. So our budget would have been dramatically blown out. That'd be a fair comment.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Unless we transfer other budgets into this, which means not doing something that we've already agreed to do.
Thank you. Right, we'll move on in terms of the reports for decision today. Move to 6.1. This is the cost saving report, and I'll pass through to the Chief Executive to take us through 6.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So 6.1 is a paper as a result of a resolution that was passed at council that firstly acknowledged the operational savings that my staff had already achieved, but to request a further 2% of operational savings in a bid to limit the rate increases. So you have seen in 6.1 there are some operational things which I don't believe really needs discussion. The things that I do wish to discuss are things that will require your support either today or in the future. And I'm not necessarily asking for your support today on those individual line items, but in a general sense, the direction of which we're heading. I want to reiterate, you'll see that in the paper, that I did not want to, as an operational saving, lower staff salaries, nor did I want to impact the levels of service. And the other two areas that when the staff and I worked on this, we did not wish to dive into. You'll see there's a sum total of 589,000, which we've identified, and I'll go through the items that are highlighted in orange. Before I do that, some of the ones that I have mentioned in there, such as water meters, etc., I would be able to take feedback, Your Worship, before I move into those orange items, which are the ones that I will require a future support from elected members. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, certainly. Questions of the report?
Just to move it, receipt of.
Your Worship, you, Councillor and Councillor Duncan seconding. Sorry, question? Councillor Darraghetti.
I'm just sorry, can you just explain to me what the festival lighting actually is?
So essentially that's one of the orange lines, and that's a decision that you'd like from us today.
Yes.
So we'll need to go through each of the orange lighting highlighted things on page, it's page 8, individually. That's my understanding.
Is that correct? So the issues I do want to talk in more detail around insurance, rates, remissions, and the festival of lighting, festival lighting. It was really an opportunity before I went into that. Was there anything else you wanted to discuss, like, for example, water meters or any other of the initiatives, electricity, for example, you may wish to discuss before I move into the orange items?
Sorry, Councillor.
I have a question with under community, the reduced library professional subs of $29,000. I just wondered what that was.
Okay, that's for 1 year only, and this year in the coming year we're getting the grant from the Library Partnership, so they will be covering that. So we'll still have it, but the council won't be paying for it.
So effectively the service would be retained but covered by another party. I like that.
That's correct.
Thank you. Perhaps in terms of dealing with this, if we look at, first of all, the area item 1 under finance, and is there anybody that wants to discuss anything prior to the insurance one? No. Okay, sorry, Councillor Belsham.
So just a question around the decommissioning of Magic. I understood Magic was our financial system. So are we implementing a new system? Would that be
just an upgrade? With the upgrade comes reduced costs. So we're going to a more modern version.
Okay, so it's still with that same provider, but it's okay. I didn't understand just the heading decommissioning Magic. I'm thinking, well, are we actually having a major shift?
It's an upgrade.
Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, we'll move on to light item and under insurance. The first one that increased the deductible and material damage to 250,000. And this reduction of $20,000 in cost savings. Could you explain? Could somebody take us through that explanation, please?
So I was distracted then.
Increase.
The insurance ones.
Yeah. Increase.
Oh, yeah, on insurances. Yeah, okay. So our current deductible on material damage is about 20 grand.
Yeah.
And if we increase that to say 250, which is more in line with the private sector, our premiums can be expected to go down by about 20 grand per year. Yeah.
And you've done an assessment on that basis to say that that's a fair decision for us to make.
As in the savings are available there, yeah.
Thank you. Questions from councillor? Perhaps it would be a good idea with these orange ones to have a mover and a seconder, and we'll adopt them as part of recommendations.
Your Worship, if I may, we will still be bringing to you, so this is an indicative number.
Yeah.
I'd like, if it's okay, to bring to elected members a paper on insurance and how we intend to review the insurance as part of the Audit and Risk Committee as well. So there are settings that are greater than just the number, which I'd like elected members to be familiar with.
Okay. And the same would apply for rate remissions. The other example, when we're making a decision to delete festival lighting, would need to be an actual decision.
Yes, yeah. And,
Right.
and what I'm seeking from this paper is this is the trend. This is where I think we can achieve the 2% savings. And if elected members are object to any of those, then so it really is saying this is where I would like to take the organisation in terms of savings. Do you agree?
Thank you. So the second one, any further questions around that first line item, the $20,000? Councillor,
I'm guessing it'll be covered when the report comes through, just wanting to know, obviously, what the increased risk to council would be with that. So I'm guessing that'll come through in the report.
And that is really insurance at its peak. You've had the AON workshop. We're aware that, you know, if we try and reduce premiums, we're going to import a new risk. The one that you may have seen in the text that I referred to in the motor insurance, if you looked at our 5-year statistics of how much we've spent versus how much we've claimed, that's how much we can save per year if we self-insure on a 5-year average. But yeah, of course, we could have a write-off tomorrow, and suddenly that all changes.
yes, for those online, would explain that there have been council workshops around, for instance, insurance, presentations by Aon, etc. So this isn't something that has just suddenly dropped on our tables. Any further questions around the insurance ones as indicative savings? Councillor Belcher.
Question around the motor insurance, the net saving there. What's our total capital value of motor vehicles for the council?
Can I just jump on?
So, I mean, that's something that I guess needs to be taken into account. I completely understand your theory around that, but yeah, I would hate to see us trying to save $14,500 and have 2 vehicles written off in a year, and it completely blows that budget out of the water for that level of saving. That would concern me with that risk. So I guess needing to know the total capital value of the fleet and understanding how that saving relates to that value potential loss. Yeah,
I think it'd be a fairly tough ask to provide that information just at the
I
time.
can
sure.
give me 2 minutes. I'll come back to you.
In terms of that recommendation was based around looking at our expenses, and this is over a period of, I think, 5 to 7 years. So that was the basis of that report. However, we'll come back to you when we have that figure. Any further questions on insurance, Councillor?
So I was just referring to last year's annual report to see if it was disclosed, and I haven't got the fleet figure there, so.
Okay, we'll come back to that. In terms of the figures on reduction of rate remissions, we have spent some time workshopping this around. Any questions around that? Councillor Belsham.
Well, the question, I guess, is we'd had discussion in a workshop situation around what could constitute the savings in rates remissions. And I guess there does need to be further work put into that. I agree with the figure that's been signalled here, but a rates working group, rates remission working group could be something that we engage in to further refine. So would you expect that as a recommendation at the end of this report? Or?
I think we could take that recommendation now. So essentially what you're saying is that you're moving that you request the Chief Executive to undertake a review of the rates remission policy to be in place for July
21st of July 22, and I'm happy to move that as a recommendation.
You're moving that, looking for a second. Councillor Wilson seconding. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, other than just saying there's a number of elements in that rates remission which needs further refining, I guess, and a condensed working group to work on that and come back to council with a decision, with a final decision, would be an apt way of dealing with it.
Any further? I'll comment. Excuse me. I'll comment on this one as well. We have a number of rate remission policies in place, and it is probably appropriate time that we review those policies. And I think that would be a correct process to go through. When you're talking about a review by a working party,
I'm happy to move that as a second recommendation, or I can include it in this one. So I see it's listed as a second recommendation up there. So
you're moving also recommendation 4 at the same time. That'd be formed.
I can do that. That a working group be formed to review the rates remission policy, and I'm happy to take nominations from council, I guess, from the floor, but I would expect it would be a makeup of 4 to 5 elected members to review that process or review the policy.
Can I have some interest from councillors as to who would want to be involved? I think the chair of finance is important, so yes. Councillor Dalgety is showing an interest. Councillor Ash and Gordon, are you both showing interest? And Councillor Duncan, are you showing interest? You did have your hand up, Councillor Wilson. Are you?
I'm happy to let other councillors review that policy, noting that it'll be coming back to council for full recommendation.
And presuming that I'd be on there as well.
Yes.
Councillor.
Sorry, was that also yourself?
No, I'll stand back from that and allow for the councillors.
So you're moving that. Councillor Dalgety is seconding it. You wish to speak to that further to the motion? Any speakers to the motion? Otherwise, I'll put it to a vote. Are those in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much.
On this issue, Your Worship, noting that I'm looking for savings this year, part of that I propose to remove with effect from 1 July 2021 the discount that we pay for early payers. We'll achieve that in the next few weeks. We'll write to all of those who paid early last year and we'll communicate via media outlets, etc., that we're no longer continuing that discount for early payment.
So for those of us online, it's 2.5% discount we give on total rates if they're paid start of the financial year in its entirety.
Entirely correct.
And this has been a policy that I believe has been adopted by other organisations.
Correct.
You wish to speak any further to that, or otherwise I'll take questions around that. Questions from councillors. Councillor Belcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. So an indicative savings to the ratepayers would be, I know you've talked of 2.5% as a discount to people who pay their rates in full in the 12 months. What's the indicative savings for that?
Well, last year, last year that was a $65,000 discount in its entirety.
That's a significant amount of money.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Do you want that listed as a separate definite recommendation?
Come through the 24th June meeting as part of the rates resolution.
Thank you.
The final one, Your Worship, that I would discuss is around the festival lighting, Arno.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm just trying to confirm exactly what's included in there, but what it is for the Christmas lighting at the end of the year and the maintenance of those lights. So what we're saying is if we reduce that, the lights will still go up. They might not be as many as previous year, but they'll still be there.
Councillor Duncan.
Just for clarification, so it's a reduction in the lighting rather than a deletion?
Yeah, so this is for the maintenance of that.
So a question from me around that, does that mean we would still get Christmas lighting?
Yeah.
And their main streets?
Yeah, that's correct. So under the budget item, this is festival lighting maintenance. And this is why we thought the risk is not that great. It might not be as many as previous year because of the maintenance, but there's still lights.
Carol, just comments from the back of the room being picked up by.
Should be.
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship. So that would mean that point 6 on page 8 is not clear. It's the actual narrative says delete festival lighting, and what we're now telling you is delete festival lighting maintenance. Just want to, sorry, I just need to clarify that.
Thank you.
Is that, so it should read delete festival lighting maintenance. Okay. And secondly, Your Worship, just to consider, this is not your decision. This is a paper we will bring to council in the next few months, obviously prior to Christmas, for a resolution to be made. This is where I see we could make savings. And so there'll be further information from council at that time.
All right, thank you. I have questions. Councillor Belsham, Councillor Carter, Councillor Ash, Councillor Belsham.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm pleased to hear that it will come back for a decision, final decision to be made. This might spark a bit of interest in the community, I would think. So I would hope that we have a chance to engage with the community to find out what their absolute wants are, because if as it reads, I know you've explained it a bit more clearly, but as it read, it was like we were going to have no Christmas lights in any of our towns. So, and I think that would spark a bit of controversy throughout the townships. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what sort of feedback we get.
Was the spark reference deliberate? I was waiting for a comment around the Grinch. Councillor Carter next.
With the lack of maintenance or the nil maintenance over the years, as the lights fail, so we'll end up with no lighting at all. Is that correct?
That's a question you're directing at staff, I presume.
Well, the challenge for us is a 2% saving over the next 3 years. This will include something like this, although we can consider what the minimum level of services that we would want, and we can try and uphold that depending on what the budget for that would be. But again, it will be a decision that will be brought back to council as to how do we do that.
Next question by Councillor Ash, but I can see where we're heading here. Will be for a further report before a final decision. Councillor Ash.
That's pretty much it. Just clarifying that there is a further report coming to us before we make any decision on this. When I read it and saw Delete Festival lighting, the Rangatiki strikes me as one that's not terribly well lit during Christmas, given some of the other districts. So yeah, looking forward to seeing that report and wondering as well if there's any particular area within this work that we could potentially work with our MOU partners to increase lighting of.
From a chair's perspective, we'll change the word delete to review. Councillor Wilson.
Just one quick point, and I'm sure it'll come out in the report. But as we've heard, this is a maintenance line, so therefore it's a budget line up to $40,000 in that budget. When we look at the reports, it'd be nice to know actually how much gets spent of that $40,000. I think it's relevant to this question. We know that the wording is not quite right and doesn't give the true indication, but we've heard that it's, as I said, it's a budget line, therefore it's a maintenance up to. How much of that is actually being used as a cost instruction that will guide us, I think, better onto future decisions about this budget line.
Thank you. Any further questions? So perhaps somebody would like to move that council accepts the cost savings initiative identified for review by the chief or indicative. The indicative cost savings. So I'll move from the chair that council accepts the cost savings, the indicative cost saving initiative identified by the chief executive in the report, and will support future resolutions to implement savings. I'll move that from the chair. Councillor Ash, you're prepared to second. Does that resolution meet your expectations in terms of what you're really seeking for? Thank you. I'll leave my comments there. Any further speakers to the motion? Councillor Wilson.
Just no, not to that motion, but a comment on the report, or are you looking to move that motion?
I'll accept the comment if there's a question orientated.
There's actually further recommendation, I think, was what was coming out of that, but if you wanted to vote on that recommendation first before I discuss that item in there.
Okay, we will. Any further speakers to the motion, otherwise I'll put it to the vote. No, those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried.
You're just looking at, we've accepted this cost savings report, and it's good to see that the chief executive has taken on our earlier recommendation from council. But there is a line in there about with regards to the Waka Kotahi reduced roading budget, which our financial officer has related to. And I just wonder if there's a recommendation that we shouldn't be putting back in the terms of some pushback to Waka Kotahi NZTA with regards to that reduction, as it's a significant impact on that. And I think we need to be, if we're reducing our spending on our roading, therefore the grade and quality of our roadings are going to go down, and the financial impact to us going forward could be quite significant by these reduced maintenance spends. And I just wonder if that needs to be signalled back to Waka Kotahi in a reasonably strong, in a strong way, so that we can let them know what we think the impacts might be of these decisions.
Certainly. Are you prepared to move a recommendation on that basis?
Yes, I've been given that one some thought, and I do have a recommendation here that the council requests the chief executive and his worship the mayor to strongly advocate in council's interest in relationship to the reduction of funding indicated by Waka Kotahi, noting that the reduced funding is likely to cause issues to our roading network, such as decreased paving performance and lower capacity of drainage related issues to mitigate adverse weather events. I'm happy to forward that through to you.
A lot of thought being put into that.
As prepared earlier, but it should be noted that that we did workshop this question too, and I think this is the format to adopt some strong words back to because this is a significant, it's quite a significant reduction, and the impacts could be quite large to us. So,
well, before you speak to your motion,
thank you.
we need to find a second to it. So it's open for Councillor Belcher seconding. So do we take the speech you've just got as speaking?
I'm happy to
your
deliver it twice if you'd like, but I think
we'll take it as one.
my comments have been made.
Speakers to it. I'll speak to it. Councillor Belsham first.
Yeah, just to back up the movers, Councillor Wilson's comments, this is a significant spend for council, and to have $7 million slashed off our program is going to have a huge impact on our district, and we need to actually fight back and say, look, long term, this is going to be a legacy that will continue for years, just through this simple reduction in our work program for the next 3 years. So yeah, very, very disappointing.
I'll speak next, and I'll then go to Councillor Dalgety. I've been involved in local government for quite some time. This year has been probably the toughest year by far that I've ever seen, with major initiatives coming out of government. And other than the decision that council faces around Three Waters, my biggest concern is exactly this issue. So when you look at the Three Waters, every council in the country accepts that there has been significant underinvestment in terms of pipes and things under the ground, consenting processes, all of those things that have resulted in a huge spend needed for the Three Water infrastructure. So that's an accepted given, and it is our council's fault, along with every other council in the country. And you can blame funding, all sorts of things, but it's real. What I am seeing now is the start of exactly that process in roading. So our roading network, we have paid high attention to. It stands up very, very well in terms of other roading networks in other districts. Our level of service has been high, and that's not just graded by us. So we've invested well. The effects of a reduction, a very significant reduction in this budget, and we'd already had to reduce it once before this, is incredibly significant. And it comes at a time when our roading will be under far more stress than it has ever been under in terms of forestry harvesting. I know that my phone will ring constantly over the next few years with deterioration of the network or our successes that are on the table. This is my greatest concern. Councillor Dalgety.
I'd just like to add, encourage your worship and the CE to collaborate with other councils and get a joint voice on this.
Yeah, I think in answer to this, certainly it is something that I'll be prepared to take to zone local government, our regional, rural, provincial mayors, etc. Certainly, and it's one we should be advocating to government and saying, this is the impact that you will face. Any further speakers to the motion? Councillor Gordon.
Yes, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Your Worship. One of the things that we may have to consider in the future, and it's not a decision for today, is whether we actually do considerable funding that's unsubsidised. I mean, we've indicated today, or the officers have, that effectively we will spend $2.5 million less of our own ratepayer money due to the fact we don't have the far rate added in. I mean, at some point in the future, we may have to just consider spending a considerable amount of money that's unsubsidised. which is exactly the space that we're in with the free waters. It's all unsubsidised work in the underground space. So we may have, I mean, you could argue that Waka Kotahi may be calling out bluff, and every other council in the country as well. But it is what it is. So
Waka Kotahi, in response to that, are governed by a budget that comes out of government. This is a governmental decision. They have to work with what they've got. I suspect that over the next 2 or 3 years, we will have meetings which literally we will be saying, do we want to let areas of seal that are currently sealed go back to metal? And this fits within the One Network road classification work. I understand there are already some councils in the country that are looking at that decision now. So part of our sealed network could well revert to metal. Any further speakers to the motion? Councillor Ash.
Yeah, totally strongly support this resolution as discussed in the workshop. The ramifications for losing this amount of money, and if we do have to spend unsubsidised money ensuring that the roads are safe for people to actually travel on, and that's our key thing, is ensuring that they're actually safe. The ramifications extend quite widely across everything else that we actually do. So whether or not it achieves anything, we're yet to see, but a strongly worded letter would be beneficial.
Thank you. Any further speakers to the motion? Right to reply. Councillor Wilson.
I think it's been said around the table, and I think it's, what's been said has been said.
All right, we've had a right to reply. I need to put it to vote. Those in favour of the lengthy motion.
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. Effectively, that deals with the first item, 6.1. We'll move to 2. This is the adoption of the development contributions policy. Mr. Forster, are you wishing to take us through this, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. So up first with 6.2, it's the adoption of the development contributions policy. This was something that was workshopped quite extensively last year as a part of the long-term plan. Elected members agreed that we just continue along with the having development agreements when it comes to that. So it's something that we're legislatively still able to do. So I'm happy to take any questions on this.
So a question from me as part of an explanation in terms of those online. So a number of councils have contribution policies which effectively add to the value of purchase of a section for development. So what we're saying is that we won't put that in place, but we will have individual development agreements in place of that with developers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any questions around the report? Councillor Gordon.
Just to follow up from your question, Your Worship, our policy is to have a development agreements.
Yes.
Yes, that's quite important for the does or does not of this motion.
Yes, thank you.
So just in terms of public consultation on this, because our policy effectively hadn't changed, the advice I received from Audit New Zealand was that we did not need to consult on this because it's the same. So just to make that clear, that was a question asked specifically whether it had to be separately consulted on. The answer was no. And so yes, you're right, Councillor Gordon, our policy is to continue with development agreements.
With individual.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Belsham.
There's a question, how often is this policy reviewed? Is it legislated or?
So it's every 3 years, and it's all just done alongside the long-term plan. I think it would be a case if that matters arose that we had to do something in 12 months, we can still do that as well. It's like any other policy. If things change, the environment changes, we can still review it. But yes, legislatively, it's every 3 years.
Thank you. Would somebody like to move, first of all, receive the report? Councillor Gordon moving, Councillor Dalgety seconding. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Would somebody like, so we're speaking to a motion, move with the correct wording in it? Councillor Gordon.
Yes, I'd like to move that council does adopt the development contributions policy as listed in item 6.2.
Seconded to that. Explanation.
Yeah, I just want to, I was just clarifying exactly the rules, Your Worship, around development agreements and my role in that. It is my intention to have a development agreement with almost all of the developments that we have currently. I'm working on my staff with that about defining what a development agreement, what it should apply to. For example, should it be more than 5 or 10 properties within a development? So I need to define that first, and it's going to be in that number. And it's my intention to have a development agreement with every single development that's above that number. And I'll bring that back to you. And it'll be up to me. Yeah, well, it's my responsibility. I may or may not choose to have a development agreement that has a cost to it on the developer. It all depends on the analysis that's been done by my assets team as to what it will cost council for that service. And if there are ones that I feel need to be brought to your attention, I'll absolutely bring them to council for your approval. But that's how I intend to use the development agreements in the future.
Can I just get clarification, Mr. Forster? So the recommendation that has been put in place that we do adopt a development contributions policy. Does that mean that we can say we do adopt it because it includes an individual agreement policy, or is it better to it if that is our feeling, or is it better to say that we will not adopt development contributions policy, and in effect we will have an individual agreement policy to remove confusion?
Well, this is something we have to adopt, and to say in there that we, just so I get the wording right, that council's policy is to not require development contributions, but
so this
we do have to
cover it. Yeah. I just want to absolutely clear that we are on the right.
So the policy is on the following page, and the policy says that we will have the development agreement.
Yeah. Since I understood it, I just wanted absolute clarification. Just Councillor Wilson.
Quick question, and I think I picked up on what our chief executive made comment, and I think it's worthwhile clarifying if I'm correct, that an individual development agreement with an individual developer may, in actual fact, have a financial implication to that developer.
Correct.
That is correct. So just clarifying that. Thank you.
Well, I'm seeking a seconder to the motion that we have on the table.
Oh, no, I thought it had been done.
That's fine.
Just a question, sorry, a question of the report before you put that. You will come back to us with what constitutes the implementation of a development agreement, is that correct? So that doesn't have to be listed within this policy.
I don't think, and I could take this as an action or to review at lunchtime, is the requirement for me to have development agreements ratified by elected members. I don't believe that's the case. So it would therefore be at my discretion, I would bring certain development agreements to your attention to support the decision that I've made. And I would intend to apply that for developments which may be at different parts of our district that elected members may wish me to provide greater encouragement to, or something like that, or where there is quite a large financial contribution that we're asking for. would be two examples that I would bring to the table.
Are you seeking guidelines around?
Well, yes, I guess on specifically, you've mentioned up to five lots before you consider it actually requiring a development agreement. Is that set in stone? Are you saying that that's going to be, or is it just a guideline that you use?
I wish to set it in stone to be very clear about what requires a development agreement. Is it 2 properties or 10? And I want, and so I've discussed that with my head of assets about defining that, so it's actually very, very clear.
Would that come back to council for formalisation?
It's the application of when does a development agreement apply?
Yeah.
And what has happened in the past is that if the analysis of the assets team is that the impact of the development is negligible or zero cost to council, no such agreement is needed. My view is that every development should have an agreement above a certain number of homes or properties, and the difference is it a zero cost or is it $1,000 or more? And so the variable is the level of cost of that development agreement.
We do have a parallel system in terms of the delegations register. So there could be some matching up against that in terms of those processes.
I only raised it just for clarity. So, I mean, whoever's in the position knows what the rules are of when a development agreement gets looked at and when it doesn't get looked at.
Yes.
Just that's for clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps a paper can come back to us on exactly that subject.
Yeah. Of how I intend to apply the development agreement.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ash.
I certainly feel more comfortable knowing that the paper is coming back. But I did have a couple of queries. One is just in the wording there in 3.1, the policy reflects the small extent of the development occurring in the district. First, that's probably old wording that could be amended to reflect the current situation, I would suspect. My concern around...
So can we just deal with that point?
If we wish to change, Your Worship, we would need to consult.
This policy, the reason we didn't have to consult is we didn't make any changes to it. If you're now asking for changes, that changes the ballpark and we will have to go out and consult.
So I don't think that's actually factually correct in that the policy reflects the small extent of development occurring in the district. That is fairly old wording and we have moved on from that position.
I accept the comment that that the district has moved on substantially. That's a given. Whether or not we would literally any change of word, single word, we would go out for the consultative procedure that's involved around that. To change that one word or remove that word would probably cost us 10 grand, something like that.
Assessment workshop to
And council has been taken through the workshop around this. If you're wishing to put a motion on the table to say that you want a change of words, those are the implications. It's your decision as to which you want to put a motion on the table.
Well, right at the moment, there is a motion on the table, so we need to go through that. But within that, I will just suggest that I don't feel comfortable with that and I won't be voting for it based on this. I think we need to be really true to where we're at.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, Councillor Gordon,
Just
Councillor
that's
Wilson.
a explanatory note for Councillor Ash, having been involved in the development of this policy when it was first introduced. It came from the subdivision development group as part of that as well. The statement is factually correct for when the policy was adopted. So the policy is correct. The information and wording is correct because that is why their policy was put in place. So we're not changing the policy in any such way. So therefore it is factually correct in that statement because that was the policy that was put in place at the time. And that is simply a statement saying the reason why it was put in place. So the actual policy is factually correct in those words.
Councillor Gordon.
Whilst Councillor Ash's comments on the face of it may be correct, I think we need to look a bit deeper and say what material difference would be made by changing a word.
Are you using this as a right of reply?
Well, I'm actually just speaking for the motion at this stage. So I think that we should just pass this policy as it is.
Right. So we'll consider this your opening comments. So we've had discussion at this stage without speaking to the motion. So technically correct, but we'll go for it. So you're speaking to the motion?
Yeah, speaking to the motion. Look, I think it's quite self-explanatory. This motion effectively gives the chief executive, the right to engage with these agreements, which is the policy that we've adopted, and it gives chief executive the flexibility to work with each development group as they come along. Councillor Ash has raised a valid point in the wording, but I think really, as I said, it doesn't change the material difference of what's achieved here. That's the key thing. And as we've heard, if we want to play around with the wording, we then have to go out for public submissions, and it costs us a lot of money. And we won't achieve anything more. That's the key thing. So,
right, we're now taking speakers to the motion regarding your previous as a question around the wording. I have speakers Councillor Ash, Councillor Hero, Councillor Belsham. Councillor Ash.
So moving on from my comments around the wording, I still do have an issue with this resolution insofar as I don't feel for me that there's enough structure in it to comfortably vote for it. We don't really know what the financial impact is per development, and I don't know how much information goes up. Well, I'm guessing there's a whole lot, but yeah, I don't feel there's enough structure within each development to just go with no policy. And I did have a question about why is the cutoff with the 5 homes? Is there no financial impact to council if it's just, I just don't feel comfortable with that stance.
Councillor Hero.
Oh, sorry, mine's just a question about. Sorry.
Like a question.
This policy reflects the small extent of development occurring in the district. So I just heard from ones that this was in reference to that might be true for one part of this district, but it certainly isn't true for another part. So by changing it, what does that then say? Because for one part of in the development side, if we're looking at that for the southern part of this district, that is true. There's been a lot of development, but what does it say for the others? If you remove it, that's. I'm just trying to get that in my head. If you get rid of that, it's not being reflective of the whole district.
Yeah, are you asking that as a question around the implications of this? Well, the implication is absolute. The moment you change any of this, you will need to go back out for further consultation at reasonable cost. And bearing in mind that it has been workshopped internally, where this could have been raised at that stage, I would have some concern at. I'm not sure I can be more explicit around the effects. We've had individual agreements in place for quite some time. There have been a number of submissions within the long-term plan where people are questioning the development and the infrastructural pressure that brings. And presumably our response will be adopted to say that we have this in place to counter that probability in terms of developments. I'm not sure if staff, are they fair comments?
Yes, I think they are. I think get some practicality to it. I've been in the job since October 2019. I've not had one development agreement come across my desk. nor has there been a need for me to sign one. So even though the buoyancy, there hasn't been one, they've all been done before me, and I know there are some coming up, but I feel the best way is to ensure that elected members are clear of how I intend to work those development agreements. And so that will be a paper in the future to you.
So for instance, people online will be thinking, well, what about Hereford Heights? Those were agreements that were put in place prior to you being here.
Correct.
Thank you, Councillor Belsham, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Belsham.
I'm speaking in favour of the recommendation. We have had this in place for some time, and it gives council the ability to individually negotiate with developers, and whatever impact they're going to have on the district or the urban area that they're developing in, then that's taken into account when these agreements are put in place. So it's far better to have a tailor-made agreement than a blunt tool like a development contribution, which affects whoever wants to develop in this district, no matter how much impact they're going to have on our infrastructure. This is a far better way of dealing with developers and more equitable across the district.
Councillor Wilson.
100% in support of Councillor Belsham's comments there, and just to come back to Councillor Hiroa, the developer agreement in actual fact probably strengthens some of the concerns that you've got, because it gives the chief executive that individuality to look at the different areas of the district. I think what's really important here is that we accept this agreement as it is, but I really look forward to seeing the chief executive's procedure around it, which he will no doubt come back to us with, and that will answer many of the questions and concerns that I think are sitting around here, because we've got a policy. The chief executive is going to come back to us with a procedure as how that policy is going to be enacted, and that will create the clarity that we're looking for. So strongly in support of the motion as it is up there, the recommendation.
Councillor Duncan.
I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm not speaking against the motion, but I am very concerned about that same 3.1. Is that right too?
Yes, we'll see where it goes.
The word small is not so much of a concern to me. The last sentence seems to me to be out of whack. With council's current network infrastructure is unlikely to need expansion to cope with additional demands as a result of subdivision or expanded commercial or industrial enterprises. Seems to me that that actually is more of a concern as a sentence in this document, given where we are. Not that I want to spend $10,000 on changing a sentence, but it does, you know, I would look to have reassurance from staff on that one.
I'm sure whether to regard that as speaker for or against. We've had, or just to clarify, we've had two speakers definitely for. I will speak in favour of this. I understand the concerns, but in terms of what we're trying to achieve, the concerns are addressed under development agreement. So I'll be supporting the motion. So we've had three speakers for the motion. We've had one speaker and a couple of question marks. Are there any other speakers?
Can I make a suggestion?
Take a suggestion from staff here.
I'm just wondering if instead of having this in place for 3 years, if you do want us to review it, we could do that as part of the annual plan next year, because we already will be going out to consult on that. So we could adopt it for 1 year and then look at changing words next year.
I'm just wondering whether it would confuse the matter if, for instance, ask Ms. Gray around this, if we are likely to be going out for spatial plan stuff or requests for zone changes, could we do that alongside that if we needed to?
My preference would be for it to be associated with the annual plan process rather than the spatial planning process. Ideally, our timeframes with the spatial planning process will feed nicely into the annual planning process anyway.
Okay. Thank you. So the answer is that we could take it out as an annual plan time in terms of the cost saving aspects of this to change the wording around this. But however, we have a motion on the table at the moment. Any further speakers against the motion? Go back to our councillor, right of reply, councillor Gordon.
Yes, look, development agreements give our chief executive considerable flexibility when the time arrives to engage with developers and protect our current and future assets. And if need be, to charge developers for material or financial impacts. The key thing with these agreements is they're tailor-made. That's the specific thing. It gives us a lot of wriggle room, and that's really, really important. Whereas if we have a development contribution policy that's very locked in place, we don't know what we don't know for the future. So that's where agreements win hands down in our circumstance. So I'll just leave it there. I note the intention to review some of these details in the future, but for now, this is what we have in front of us.
Thank you. We've had a reply. I must now put it to the vote. Those in favour? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. That takes us on, and I'm looking to take a break at around about 11:15. In terms of our timeframes today, councillors, if we stop at about 11:15, and then the next break probably 12 or 12:30, just spanning out the time throughout the day. So, however, we'll move on to 6.3. This is the adoption of the Significance and Engagement Policy 2021. Mr. Forster, we're back in the hot seat.
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, just on a point raised from the last one, this was statutory consultation that we had to undertake. So just highlight that first of all. We didn't receive any submissions to this policy, and nothing was raised throughout the long-term plan one in association that we could have incorporated into this. I'm happy to take any questions on the report.
So this report really tells us when we should be going out for consultation with regard to certain matters.
So there's two aspects to consultation. One's the significance and engagement policy, and the other is legislative requirements. So we may, in instance, have a situation where something doesn't trigger our significance and engagement policy, but we are still legislatively required to consult, and then vice versa, we might not legislatively be required, but under our significance and engagement policy, it may trigger consultation. It can also be seen in the criteria that's set out within the document. So that's a good tool for staff to use if we analyse that and then see it's ticking these boxes, yes, we should be consulting. That would be recommended to elected members that this is the reasoning why for specific reports and pieces of work.
Can I just add further to what Mr. Forster is saying? Just with the significance and engagement policy, this is all around when we have to legislatively, like George said, consult on something. So it's a strategic asset, something that is of high public value or is of high monetary value. So this isn't around how we just generally communicate with our community or engage with them on other matters. This is where there's issues of significance, and that's defined under the Act. And then we have to go out and do a special consultative process around that. So like the long-term plan, we had to go out. There's a very clear way that you go out and communicate and consult with your community. This isn't around our normal communication processes. And I think there's been a couple of questions in the submissions, and that's where there's been a bit of confusion. And it's probably the name of the policy is slightly confusing, but that is the name that we have under the Act that we have to actually follow.
Although within that, we still have community engagement as
an area, but we've also got a communications engagement strategic plan that we're bringing back to council as well, which covers the day-to-day communications of our business.
Let's take this one step at a time. Can somebody move the reception report? Councillor Wilson, Councillor Hira, those in favour? Those against? Carried. Perhaps we'll move straight to a recommendation before we get into the whirlpools of discussion. Would somebody like to move recommendation 6.2 that we adopt the significance engagement policy without amendment. Councillor Wilson moving, seconding. Councillor Gordon. Any questions around this in terms of clarification? We have had clarification from officers. Are there any further questions around that before we speak to the motion? No, right. Councillor Wilson, you moved, you wish to speak to it?
No, well, yes, just noting what Ms. Gordon has indicated. I think it can be a little bit confusing in its wording, but accepting that as the words that we're required to use legislatively. But it's I can see where some of the comments and reading the feedback from submitters where that confusion came. So thank you for clarifying that.
Speakers to the motion. I'll speak to it very briefly. This isn't about daily communication. This is about significant issues where we have to, under the Act, where policies go back and communicate, and we need to adopt it. Any further speakers?
I have a question.
Councillor Duncan.
Just on what Mrs. Gordon just said. So the policy that we have around, sorry, it's not a policy, you called it something else. The
strategic plan on communications.
So that will be coming back to council at some stage.
The intention is to take it to policy planning in August and then through to council.
Thank you.
Any further speakers? Right reply?
Not required, Your Worship.
I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. That moves us on to
What's cup of tea, Your Worship?
that moves us on to cup of tea.
It's 10:44.
We'll take a break now. Councillors, could we back the table just before 12? Sorry, bit 11.
That sounds a place to be, this Mark.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors. I'll call you back to order. Councillors, we're back live, please. Thank you. Moving on to, this is the next item, deliberation on schedule of fees and charges, but I understand councillor Ash, you wish to put a motion on the table.
Yes, please.
Motion would be?
The motion would be that the policy on development contributions be reviewed in line with the 2022-23 annual plan process.
Thank you. Looking for a seconder to that for discussion. Councillor Duncan, you raised the issue, so I'll take you as the seconder. Can you speak briefly to the motion?
Very briefly. I think it's an opportune time to actually review it and ensure that our wording's correct and in line with where we're currently at.
Thank you. Any further speakers to the motion? No. You don't wish to speak? No, so we'll forego your right to reply, put it straight to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. And that addresses part of your concern.
Yes.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to the deliberation on schedule of fees and charges. Forster will take us through this, and I will be asking our officers whether there are any particular fees and charges that they wish to make further comment on. Forster.
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, this was consulted on alongside the long-term plan. The rates that were used to increase the fees and charges we're allowed to is using the Burl mid scenario. So some of them have gone up at different rates. As an example, community parts might go up by 2. I don't actually have them correct in front of me, but the other ones, say water, might go up by 4. So they're just adjusted using the mid scenario for different aspects of council activities. As a part of the consultation, that part of the parks and reserves part wasn't there around the non-for-profit groups. So you'll see there's been an amendment in there around in red, just to show that it's been added back in. So I can take any questions on that part. And also when we did the inflation, some of it ended up, as an example, $1.67. So they've all just been rounded up or down to the nearest zero, just so it's a bit more simplistic as opposed to us having 0.7, 0.3, 0.8 throughout the document. We're happy to take any other questions.
What we might do is first we'll receive the report. Somebody, Councillor Hero moving, Councillor Ash seconding. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Prepared to take any questions around the court. Councillor Duncan, question.
Can you just, that amendment is on page 12 in red, that's attached, isn't it?
So the whole of the fees and charges is attached, starting on page.
On paper, it's page 30.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah. Yeah. So those are there.
I just want to read that. Thank you.
That's right.
Councillor Doggett, is that a question?
Yes, there is. Sorry, I'm just trying to find where, I believe the staff comment around the equestrian charges. However, when we go to the publication on page 36, there's no comment around the equestrian charges. So I just wondered why that was dropped out.
So having had a discussion to the team leader of the Parks and Reserves, the reason that that was removed is because the equestrian, how do I word this? Equestrian event is a lot more likely to cause, supposed to be the use of words, damage. So that part will come down to the discretion of the team leader of Parks and Reserves. That was the feedback we received. So that was what, sorry, that's why that part was removed in terms of a 50% reduction as an example.
So it becomes discretionary.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And does that answer your concern?
Yes, thank you.
Any further questions? Is there anything else the staff wish to highlight in terms of the report? So largely the report shows an inflationary trend.
That's right, and just correction of some minor amendments.
Thank you. In light of that, would somebody be happy to move recommendation for adoption? And we're speaking to a motion. Councillor Hero moving, Councillor Belsham seconding. Councillor Hero, do you wish to speak to it?
No,
Any speakers to it? No, put it straight to the vote then. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. We're moving on well. That takes us through the deliberations on the consultation document long-term plan. And Trina, you're going to take us through this. Under your separate report, you've got deliberations reports. You wish to take time to be all on the same page? No.
Doing this first, and then we'll come back to this afterwards because a lot of my stuff comes in.
Welcome to the hot seat. We'll take us through this, please.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Oh, yes.
We are working through the document attached under separate cover. I do want to acknowledge that the development of this document has been a collaborative effort through a large number of council officers involved in it. We received 254 submissions to this year's long-term plan, which is significant compared to what we've received in the past. It's around 100 more than we did to the last long-term plan process. The way we've structured the report is we've structured it based on the 5 key choices and then by topics by group of activities. There are actions identified in the report. Those are undertakings that officers have indicated they will do in response to some of the submissions. They don't require council to move or second them. They're just things that will happen. And there are also draft recommendations sitting there for your consideration. As per any other recommendation that we bring to you, it's your decision about whether you want to go with those recommendations, create your own, amend them, etc., etc. We do have the executive leadership team here and some other council officers to help answer questions. And there are a couple of areas that I'll note as we work through the report. What I suggest to His Worship is that we take the report as read and then work through section by section, looking for questions and then dealing with any recommendations that might come out of that as we go.
Certainly, I'm very happy that we're taking it as read. I'd hate you to read it all in. Then we go section by section. Look, I'll congratulate staff and the quality of this report. It does group things together exceedingly well. So congratulations on you and the team of people that have put this together. Councillors, you should also note that on your tables there is a summary of the funding requests and the implications of your decisions as we go through. Remembering that if it is in the consultation document as preferred council option, then you'll effectively have zero effect because it is already within the budgets. So everybody understand what I'm getting at? Great, we're all on the same page. Any further questions around the process as to how we're going to handle this today? No, we're on a roll. Thank you very much. So I presume we need to first of all receive the report. So Councillor Ash moving, Councillor Dalgety seconding, will receive the report. Those in favour? Those against? Karen, thank you very much for taking us through.
Yep, so we'll start with key choice 1, free Wi-Fi zones. You can see how this section's been structured. You can see the results that have come through in relation to the options asked. And then the comments have been grouped by 6 different topics with officer comment on each. And there is a recommendation for you to consider on page 11 around whether or not to introduce free Wi-Fi.
Where possible, councillors, I'd prefer that we're talking to the recommendation first up so that we don't double back on ourselves effectively. So we have some tentative possible recommendations there on page 11. Is there somebody that wishes to move in that direction? Councillor Belsham.
I'm happy to move that council does not roll out free Wi-Fi zones to townships in the district.
Councillor Carter, are you seconding that? Any questions around the report before we get into, is there any further information you need or you understand the issues correctly? I think the report's excellent. Right, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, I will. I was initially a supporter of this initiative and felt some of the benefits that were highlighted and that they're highlighted throughout the report as well could be a potential benefit to our district. But the public have spoken and there's been an overwhelming response to say that they do not want free Wi-Fi in our towns. They've also said that we do offer free Wi-Fi on a limited basis in some of our bigger urban centres, and a lot of people feel that that's suffice. Maybe we're 3 or 4 years too early if we have these town centre developments starting to happen and there is more congregation around our bigger town centres, then that's an opportunity to actually look at introducing it. But at this present time, the public have spoken through the submission process, and I believe we need to listen to them.
Further speakers, go this way around the room. You get to speak once on all of these, by the way, councillors. Councillor Duncan.
I'd just like to support this motion also. I was exactly the same as Councillor Belsham. I was convinced that that's what people wanted, especially during COVID, and I had one person say they thought it was a good idea, but apart from that, all the businesses that I spoke to, all the public, really feel that it's not necessary. So, thank you.
Further speakers, the motion going on the table this way. First, Councillor Gordon, you speak to the motion.
Yes, I found the report particularly interesting for two reasons. First of all, looking through it, a number of the young people who commented, and some of them I know by name, so I know their age, are probably the most connected electronically, and they were the least likely to take it up. So the generation that follows, old balding grey-headed people like myself, we're probably not in that zone, and the people who use it, they've got their own ways of connecting to the world, generally through their tablet or their cell phone. Secondly, one comment in the submissions that came up was really around the group of people who this doesn't help. This, if we'd had enacted this, and that's people in the rural area who live in what I'd call connection poverty. I mean, there are some parts of our district that still have such unreliable phone lines that they can't even get the internet, let alone some days don't even have a telephone. I mean, and I really think that possibly we were pandering to people who are well connected and actually had taken our eye completely off the ball. Now, I know that telecoms and connections is not our key role, but I just wonder with community committees and boards whether there's a need for them to step into the organisation of information space to actually help some of our rural ratepayers. I'll leave it there. I support the motion. It's important.
Any further speakers? Councillor Hero.
Did I support the motion as well?
Any speakers against? We've had 3 speakers for. Right, a reply?
No, I think it's been well said, so let me go to the vote.
Can I put it to the vote? Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Councillors, in terms of process, the expectation is everybody gets a reply from council. They may well be a block reply rather than individual. Certainly they won't everybody get an individual reply. However, if there are significant comments that are made around the decision-making process, they'll be taken on board with the comments as part of potential reply. Thank you. Move to the next one. Key choice number 2, Taihape Memorial Park. Again, would somebody like to move a recommendation? Councillor Duncan, Councillor Hero, Councillor Duncan.
I wonder if I should declare a conflict of interest on this, Worship, just because this has been put to council through, I'm not even sure that it's a conflict of interest, but just that my husband is part of the Heritage Trust in Taihape that has supported the grandstand.
Ask if the councillor has submitted or anyone submitted.
I may wish to ask the councillor in terms of the relationship.
From a submission perspective.
Did you have a part in putting the submission together?
No. It's a long vote, but I thought I'd be to clear it.
I think on that. Any advice on that? I don't think you've got a conflict of interest. Happy to take a recommendation from you. Sorry.
So I was going to say on the basis that there was no, this is a submission and that it's not a submission. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, what page was that recommendation on? Yes, I would like to move that page 20 does continue to investigate the refurbishment and restoration of the Taihape Memorial Grandstand, Park Grandstand, and how it will be funded in collaboration with the community, and includes a provision of $1 million in the budget to complete this work from cash reserves, noting council will need to make a final decision in the future on whether or not to complete this work.
Are you wishing to move, align that recommendation to, is it better staff whether I deal with these separately or could they be dealt with as a box? So you're wishing to, recommendation 2 would read what?
That council does direct officers to finalise investigations and provide a report back to council.
Chief Executive.
Is that right?
Council directs Chief Executive, sorry.
Direct Chief Executive, sorry, is that right? To finalise investigations without changing rooms and toilets, which will be provided by the new amenities building.
So you're happy to move that as well? Looking for a seconder to both. Councillor Hero, are you seconding both?
Yes.
Right, so both are up for discussion. I'll take, you can discuss with any regard to any of the recommendations, 1 or 2, as we go around the room. Speakers, Councillor Hero speaking first.
What we've just been through with the first recommendation, the public has spoken. There's overwhelming support for this to go ahead. And it's not just within Taihape itself, it's across the board. So it's for itself.
The speakers to the motion. Councillor Dalgety.
We have had this on our table a number of times prior to this long-term plan process. And as we've said, the public have spoken. But I also am encouraged to see that we're leaving collaboration with the community open to get some funding from outside council. I'm speaking in favour of the motion.
Councillor Gordon.
Speaking in favour of the motion, Your Worship, and like Councillor Dalgety, happy to see that contributions from outside the council funding stream is important, and it's something that I think when we look at on page 13, all other submitters, it was raised a number of times by people who were actually against this around, where's going to be funded, how we're going to fund it. I think it's really important that the community steps up and engages on this one. We see it in other communities. A lot of fundraising happening, and I think it's equally important that the Taihape community and those directly benefiting step up. But I'm fully in support of the motion.
And just a question from me to staff around this. We've had 3 speakers in favour, but a question from me to staff. with the costings that are highlighted, that there are some costings including power upgrades to the area that would be required. Would they be something that could be regarded as external to this as being required anyway? So do we have existing other facilities in the area that would require these power upgrades? Or I'm just wondering whether that cost should effectively be withdrawn from this budget as a separate issue in terms of the funding process.
Yeah, good question. So my understanding of where we are with that is we're looking at an upgrade for the amenities building anyway. We can have enough capacity in there then if we want to do something in the future with grandstand to include that. The upgrades for the electrical supply is not included in the 1.3. So we could wrap it all up.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Carter, sorry.
Regarding restoring the building as it was, it used to have toilets at the ends and then a hall in the middle. Here we're saying we're not looking at the toilets. Is that the idea of the refurbishment of the building?
So are you speaking against the motion?
I'm asking a question.
So the motion quite clearly indicates in recommendation 2, without changing rooms and toilets. So if you're wishing to speak against the motion on the basis that you want them provided, that's fine. Be clear about it.
Speaking, I'll be voting against the proviso of the toilets not being included in the refurbishment.
Thank you. Councillor, so we've had speakers for the motion. Any speakers against the motion? Other speakers against the motion? Councillor Carter was against the motion. Yeah.
I have a question.
Question I'll take.
This is to finalise investigations around this.
Correct.
That will go into the report. It's not a final decision, though, as it comes back to council.
Correct. And it could be raised there. Right, I'll go back to write a reply. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I was thrilled to see the way that the whole district actually had a say on this. That 62 were in support from Tahipi, but another 62 were from the district. And to me, that demonstrated that people have got a raised awareness, and perhaps it's around the building and buildings in Martin also that have historical value, but that there is a raised awareness within the whole district that these buildings are now becoming part of our heritage. We've finally got to the age where we might have something of heritage in New Zealand. We've been such a young country, and really, to me, I mean, I've got a lot of investment in seeing our historical buildings retained and enhanced and used. So yeah, so I'm really thrilled that it wasn't just Tahipi, because everyone knows that they are completely invested in this building. But when I say completely, but that the whole district acknowledges that this is an important building. So thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you. I just want to be clear, Your Worship, that it's a provision of 1 million. So if, for example, the restoration comes in at 700,000, we're not giving $1 million. It's up to, effectively up to $1 million. It's a provision of.
Thank you. We've had a right of reply. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. We'll move on to a key choice around economic development, starting through page 21, etc. So looking for a recommendation, and the recommendation that council does or does not increase the development event sponsorship fund from $25,000 per year to $50,000. Sorry, I've jumped one. That council does or does not increase funding for the economic development activity by $172,500 in year one and $122,500 in the following years. So I need somebody saying either does or does not. Councillor Hero.
Well, I'd like to move that, again, using the feedback that we've got from this process, that council does increase funding for the economic development activity by $172,500 in year one of the long-term plan and by $122,500 for the following years.
Looking for a seconder to this. Councillor Panapa seconding. Do you wish to speak to? Well, first of all, any questions of the report? Boy, we're having a period of silence here. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, just taking on board the support that's been put in there by the public that have submitted, and again, we're listening to what our community is saying.
Any further speakers? Councillor Ash, Councillor Gordon, myself, Councillor Ash.
I'm still making up my mind on this one, and this notwithstanding the support within the community, I mean, I do really support furthering our economic development. I do believe right at the moment, with the uncertainties that are over us, that we actually need to tie-ho just a bit to know what our future looks like a little bit clearer than what we've got right now. We've had some big news coming through in the last few days that could significantly change things, and I think we actually need to be incredibly conservative and risk averse with our spending just at the moment. We have heard from a number of the submissions as well that they don't feel that there's been enough within that area at the moment. So yeah, for me, I just think we need to tie-ho just until we know a little bit more certainty for our future.
Take that as a speaker against Councillor Gordon.
Yes, I'm speaking in favour of the motion. I think of all the key choices, this is possibly the one that was the most misunderstood in some ways, looking through the submissions. It's relatively new, but this space is very intertwined with so many issues and actions that we as a district want and need to take to move forward. Community housing is one, and it's sort of intertwined, and it's a bit like an octopus, really. It has legs in every space. So I think not to push forward would end up shortchanging ourselves and our ratepayers, because there's a whole lot of expectation out there about what people want, and this is the key driver to get that want. And yet people haven't recognised that, and possibly as a council we haven't reported back to our ratepayers clearly enough on outcomes. I just wonder, because reading through, there was a great raft of submissions. A lot of them seem to be a little bit in the dark. So I'll just leave it there. I'm fully in support of the motion.
Yeah, I've noted myself, Councillor Dalgety, Councillor Belsham, Councillor Duncan, Councillor Wilson. I had similar concerns, so I'm speaking in favour of this, and I might well waive the 3 speakers for and against, because obviously there are a number of hands around the room. The issue is there have been a number of submissions saying exactly that, what is currently being developed, and it is such a big space in terms of community housing. Just the advice would be back to the budget holders to, absolutely, we have had the 10 areas of initiatives and so on, checking back systems against those priority listing and those sorts of things. Certainly the submissions do regard that there is a certain degree of confusion out there, I accept that. Councillor Jalgary.
Yes, these are my points I wanted to make. I'm speaking in favour of the motion, but yeah, I don't believe it has been clear how we've measured success in the past, and possibly we haven't communicated well enough if that previous investment has made a difference. And so I really want us to be sure how we measure that success going forward and be really clear on communicating that.
Councillor Belsham.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of the recommendation. I think we've dabbled with economic development in the past and we've done it ad hoc to some degree. And I think unless we truly resource this area, we'll always continue to dabble. Our neighbours tend to be driving forward, and if we don't invest in this part of council, we'll sit there in the background and pick up the dregs as we go along. So I think we need to invest in this and make sure that it's delivering bang for bucks. If we're going to put some money into it, let's make sure it actually delivers for our district.
Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, I'm following on from what Councillor Belsham said. Really, I'm in favour of this motion as well. And I think, as I said before, we're entering really uncharted waters, and it's imperative we carry on with this. Sure, we're going to hit some dead ends, but it's about identifying we've hit a dead end and refocusing the funding going forward. But I think it's an integral part of the 10-year plan. That's very much in favour.
Councillor Wilson.
In support of the motion, but hearing Councillor Ash's comments, I think the bigger risk is the underinvestment. Is the bigger risk rather than the increased investment. I think the underinvestment creates a bigger risk to this council than investing. So I'll be supporting it going forward.
Councillor Duncan.
Yes, I'm in support. I've been persuaded by presentations from staff up to this point that they have some really good ideas and a great team to get behind this. So I'm fully supportive that we fund it. And I see in this wonderful chart that there is a 0% rates impact and operational cost put against this. Is that right?
Yes, because it's already in our budgets.
Because it's already in the budget.
If we were to withdraw it, you would reflect it back in a positive.
Oh, I see. I like my first idea better. Thank you.
All right. Right to reply, Councillor Hero.
I think it's been clearly stated around the table by other councillors as to the reasons of why we would invest into this key choice. That makes total sense to me. If we go into this area, we need to go into it, not just half pie into it. So if we, and I just want to take on board with what Councillor Wilson has said, that we'd be at more risk if we didn't. So if we continue to keep doing the same things we've always done, we keep getting the same things we've always got. So as a council, I don't believe that we're in that state at all. I believe that we're in a state where we are making changes, and we need to back ourselves, and we need to continue in that vein. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Yes. Okay. Can I have the minutes, please note that I set aside the standing orders so that with regard to this, everybody had a say. I just will make a comment from the chair around the comparison between us and other districts. It's an incredibly difficult comparison to make. And the reason being, for instance, under economic development, the initiatives that we put in place for housing, for example, could be regarded as economic development. The initiatives in place for subdivisions, etc., the same. And there's such a broad spectrum of what's in and out in this space from district to district. It's incredibly difficult to compare. So, you know, we have in some ways put significant money into this in the past, but it's been under different headings, if you like. Right, move now to 7.6, key choice for event sponsorship that I tried to cover earlier. Looking for a mover, Councillor Belsham.
I'd be pleased to move a recommendation that says that council does increase the event sponsorship fund from 25,000 per year to 50,000 per year.
Looking for a second, Councillor Carter seconding. Any questions from officers around the report? I think the report's self-explanatory, Phil. Right, take the speaker to the motion. Mover, Councillor Belsham.
Yeah, this has had strong support from submitters, and it is one of our critical things that we do as council is support local events that happen right throughout our district. And having sat on that committee that makes these decisions, the fund is always oversubscribed. Now, I know in the report it does state in the last 12 months or so that it hasn't been, and unfortunately that's been due to COVID, where COVID has reduced the amount of events within our district. But previous to that, we've certainly seen some strong applications that haven't been able to be fully supported from the committee, and it was fully supported from that group that the level be raised. Now, you've seen in the report that there is strong support within the community to back council backing these events. So I'd like to see us as council, back up those submissions.
Councillor Lambert.
Yes, no, very strong in favour of this one as well. It's been mentioned at previous workshops and meetings. Very low-hanging fruit for growth in your area is events. And the four-wheel drive recently at Turakina was a good example of what an event can do to the area. So yes, very much in favour of this one.
Councillor Ash.
I feel like a bit of a Grinch here. Not in favour of this at all. I mean, if we look at the past 5 years, we're well below the $25,000 spend within this category anyway. My substantial understanding of events is there is other funding out there and available for them to apply to. We read in the submissions that quality events are what brings people to the district, and that is absolutely certainly true. When we're talking about quality events, what council can actually offer is not the kind of funding that quality large events actually require. They require much larger funding than what council can actually supply. I believe that council has much greater value that they can add to events through support, whether it be helping to inform event organisers how to apply for various funding, even the support that we already get through the likes of the parks teams, etc., making sure the parks and areas for events are well maintained and ready. We put a lot in there, and I think retaining that kind of support is really important. But I think given the climate that we're in at the moment financially, 25,000 is more than enough to support the current events. And when we look at what we've spent in the past 5 years, it does not suggest that we need to double that amount for the coming terms, but definitely support events to apply for external funding, because I would absolutely agree events are key to creating a really vibrant district. But council cannot be expected to fund that, especially when there's external funding available.
Okay. A little bit of repetition there that I've just got to waive. Further speakers? Councillor Gordon.
Yes, I'll be voting in support of this funding. I think it's interesting that funding has been raised. I suspect in the world we live in now, there will be a shortage of funding going forwards. A lot of funds, especially with low interest rates, are probably going to have, and this is external funders, will have less to give out. I was going to say that we might be the last cab off the rank. We could be the only cab on the rank for some events. I think our event funding really gets ideas up and running. It's interesting to note that of our 8 big quality events, only 3 of those are actually funded out of this fund. So events start small and grow, and those that are going to get big and really succeed actually move out of our space. And I suppose that's our role, is to get a bit of seed funding in. I'm really heartened to see office comment around the destination management plan. I think that's going to be a key tool about promoting our district, especially in this world that we live in now with COVID. New Zealanders are travelling at home and spending dollars at home, and we can see that around us. And so it's really about us getting our share, or more than our fair share, of the pie. And I think without that, I think with that tool, it'd be great. This funding is just one of the tools in the toolbox to have a successful event. So I'll leave it there. I'm voting in support.
Councillor Dalgety.
I'll be voting in favour of this motion. I too are really looking forward to the destination management plan. That's an exciting initiative. I also think that there still is some lack of understanding in the community about the availability of this sponsorship fund, and so I think we need to get our communication out around that and offer support if necessary to get that application in at the right time.
And we've had speakers in favour. Are there any further speakers against? Right, a reply.
Just to say that this fund has a hint of economic development in it, really, because that's actually what brings people into our district. It brings people from outside of our district. And I know of a number of people who have ended up becoming residents simply because they've attended events that have been held throughout our district. So it does have a hint of economic development in it. So I think it goes, we've already supported an economic development increase in budget. This is a slight tendency towards it as well. So I'd hope that we do support this.
Presumably you're not suggesting this comes out of their new economic.
No, correct.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. Right, I need to put it to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Just before we move off this one, I just wonder whether, and it's not so much a question, but as a comment, in terms of sports and major events, could we include AMP sports and whānau sports in the list of things? I think perhaps in the list that's been given that I have been a little bit hard done by here, because they are very major events that bring a significant number of people. With the council's permission, I'd just like to have that reflected in the report. Thank you. Moving on to key choice number 5. This is the local government funding agency as a guaranteeing member. And I'll move from the chair that council becomes a guaranteeing member of the local government funding agency to meet our borrowing requirements. Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Wilson, you second that? I'll speak to the motion here. This I see as a given. I take on board there's a couple of reservations and submissions around what a guaranteeing member has in terms of responsibilities. But this is something that by far the majority of councils that need to borrow money are in this space. And just about all councils, to be honest, that have the need to borrow money are in this. There are very few councils that have a huge number of funds that are available to them internally. They usually have ports or airports that they can call on and so on that fund them. Any further speakers to the motion? Being none, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. And we now move on to 7.8. The changes in the rating system and rates. If you wish to make any comment around this section?
No, not particularly. So the way we've formatted the rest of the sections is by kind of theme. For the finance and rates section, you've got all of the topics identified, some officer comment against them, and then some recommendations for you to consider at the end. Mr. Terms is happy to answer any of your financial questions if you have any.
So the first one is there are some options around effectively the uniform annual general charges, or loosely referred to as UAGCs. So the reduction to potentially to $500. I think that we will deal with that separately to the establishment of rating differentials with officer agreement. So does anybody have a recommendation around the UAGC position? Councillor Duncan.
I'd like to move that we do not reduce the UAGC to $500.
You wishing to make that recommendation? Certainly, we are seconded to that. Councillor Dalgety seconding that. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes.
Certainly, go ahead.
I have been persuaded by the people that speak to me, who are largely from the rural sector, that this is definitely a smoothing, but it's only for a certain sector of our district, and that the fair and equitable wording is not made effect by doing this. In fact, it's unfair to specifically the northern rural people who are not in a position necessarily to have any gains. And I understood from past advice from our staff that in fact there were, and I can be corrected, perhaps up to 200 properties in an urban sector of this district who had done capital works. And often when that happens, it's specifically to increase your capital value and of course your living standard and experience on a day-to-day basis. But in fact, to help smooth the impact of that QV increase, which would be specifically for them much larger, lowering the UAGC, which in fact makes their smoothing, is actually impacting quite unfairly on the northern rural sector of our district.
And just for those people online that are following your discussion through, and perhaps I could paraphrase some of the effects around this with your permission and comment. So effectively, as we lower the UAGC, those urban residents, especially the residents with reasonably low capital value, will have a higher rate. So it doesn't affect total rates to the district. What it affects is a redistribution against general rates and UAGCs, etc. And the effect, quite rightly you've pointed out, would be that the rural properties, some of which pay significant rates in the north, would be impacted by this decision. Is that a fair comment? Are you able to give us any quantifiable analysis of this in terms of if we did not do this, what the potential shifts in those blocks would be?
Yes, I can. Looking at it at a high level, if we don't do anything, if we keep the UAGC at 610, my figures unfortunately do combine having no differential and not changing the UAGC. So if we don't change anything to the rating system at the moment, the disproportionate increase in capital values we've seen through the district would mean that some sectors, their total rate take would go down. This is utilities, for example, would go down by 16%. And the amount we'd recoup from residential sector would go up by 17%. Now, not all sectors are the same size, but that would give us a 33% swing between different sectors within our district. I'm not sure if I made that clear. So I'll go through that again. Yeah. So what I was going to demonstrate is by doing this, the swing changes.
The question from me around this, to make sure that we absolutely understand the discussion, would it be possible during the lunch break for you to isolate out the differential increases in commercial and industrial, remove that and just look at the effect of a UAGC change? Because at the moment you've blocked those two together in that analysis, haven't you?
So I'll also keep the differentials, but just not change the UAGC. Yeah.
Councillors, would you feel happier if we came back to that with that basis of knowledge over lunchtime?
Correct.
All right. Let's look then at the second part of this, having separated them out from the chair's point of view. The establishment of rating differentials 1.2 for commercial and industrial sectors for the utility sectors. So 1.5 in the utilities, 1.2 in the commercial one. Have we got a mover? So could the record say that the first recommendation, we're holding that as a recommendation and the seconder to come back to be the total after lunch. Councillor Wilson.
Happy to move the what effectively is the second recommendation there as worded on the second bullet point as worded.
Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Gordon seconding. Any questions around understanding what this is about? Councillor Belsham.
I've just got a question. So with the outcome of the previous recommendation still to be determined, does this have an impact also rating differentials? So depending on the outcome of the previous.
I don't think so, but I'll go to Mr. Toombs.
When we workshopped this back in February, March time, we looked at both of these together and thought that the outcome, we suggested that the outcome was one that we could take further. If we now say that we're not going to reduce the UAGC, you may consider that the differential should be higher. You may.
Yeah. I mean, effectively, I think this is a question around the fairness as to whether these sectors should be paying more in rates. So I'm prepared to let the discussion on this section play out. Unless I have advice from staff that we are better dealing with them with further knowledge.
I think there's less risk of doing them together. I can have a very quick look at what I'll be looking at over lunch and give you a more informed opinion if you like in 2 minutes.
All right. We'll hold that discussion till post lunch, bearing in mind that we're going to stop just after 12.
I'll raise an issue.
Point of order.
Well, a point of order with that. We consulted on 1.2 and 1.5 in our document. So, I think appreciate our financial officer's comments there about coming back and changing it. Well, it's not what we consulted on. Correct. So I think we've got a motion there that has a mover and a seconder too, and it's on a document that was consulted. We could vote on that as it stands. That's what was consulted on. We've split it.
I think, so ruling on the point of order as to whether we could vote on the 1.2, 1.5 now, I take on board your comments that this has been what has gone out, and we're to look at a further change to that. It's not in fairness to that sector. So I rule that we can effectively vote on the 1.2, 1.5. And the reason for not voting at the moment until we have further information around the other one is around understanding impact. So we'll go back to 1.2, 1.5. Councillor Wilson, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think yes, I do want to speak to the motion. That's why I raised it. This matter in particular, if we split it out, but if we're just dealing with this establishment of the rating differentials, has been heavily workshopped by all councillors as a group. And not once, not twice, possibly 3 times we've seen these variants of it. And the feeling from the councillors has always been that there's been an unfair disproportion of rates to some of these sectors, has been indicated and has been mentioned by the mayor. So I think that, technically speaking, we've discussed it, we've workshopped it, we've come up with a recommendation to put it through to this, we've gone out to the community with that recommendation. I think the time now is to vote on the recommendation, and as it's worded up there and as I've moved.
Any speakers to, and we're only dealing with the differentials 1.2, 1.5 at the moment. Any further speakers to this?
I agree.
No, sorry.
You know, I agree with Councillor Wilson. We've workshopped and we've come up with this conclusion. I almost makes the workshops a waste of time if we've done all this and we're going to change our mind. So I'm very much in favour. Councillor Wilson.
All right, I'll put it to the vote. Sorry, Councillor Belsham, you're late entry.
Didn't give them a right to reply. No, well, I know we've workshopped this, and I agree with the percentages, but I mean, we've workshopped the previous recommendation as well, and I thought we came out with a pretty informed decision from that. I'm happy with the implementation of these differentials. So I'm happy. I'm speaking in support.
Does anybody have an opposing view? No, go back to right reply.
Don't believe it's required, Your Worship.
Put it to vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. So that deals with the 1.2, 1.5. I'll go to recommendation 3, that council continues its approach to engage with the forestry sector during 21-22 to discuss the potential implementation of a differential on forestry land. Councillor Dalgety, are you moving? Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Lambert seconding. Sorry, who catches my eye first sometimes. Do you wish to speak to the motion, Councillor Dalgety?
I just believe that there is the wall of wood coming at us, and I think we need to understand that and the impact of that on our district, and so I would like it investigated and rated accordingly.
Thank you. Further speakers, Councillor Lambert.
Yes, no, I agree. It's something that has to be dealt with, and it has to be taken out of the too hard basket thrown away until we have a resolution, because this is, in wake of what's happening with the reduction in roading funding, this is something that's going to be increasingly important, and it'll just keep rising up the list of top priorities unless it's dealt with within the 21-22 year. It's very important we implement this.
Any further speakers? Councillor Gordon.
Yes, support the recommendation. As with Councillor Lambert and Councillor Dalgety, I think it's really important we engage. By not engaging, we make an issue worse. We need all the information out there in front of both ourselves and the sector involved and the general public. I think there's a lot of hearsay and misinformation that people bandy about. We need to put the facts in front of people. And it's, as Councillor Lambert said, it's especially important with reduction in funding out of Waka Kotahi. That is really critical. This one, there's one space where we could come unstuck. I think we're better off the front foot.
Any speakers against the motion? Right to reply?
It's all been said.
Put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. What we might do now, it's dead on midday, we'll break, and that will give us time to come back and understand a little bit more the implications of your recommendation to council. So councillors, 12:30. Is that good, sufficient time to do anything you want? So we'll adjourn to 12:30. Thank you very much. Thank you, Steve. as of now. So just a note in terms of process from here, we'll go back to recommendation 1. This is potential reduction of the uniform annual general charge, $500 to $500. And the mover, Councillor Duncan, saying we should not reduce that. We have a mover and a seconder. Once we've dealt with this item, what I'll do then, because it's the last one that alters the revenue and financing structure, so I'll go back to the item that we've put at the end of the order paper today. Does that make sense, councillors? Yes. So what we've asked finance team to look at is the effect of this on the different sectors. Thank you. Ask you to take us through it.
Okay, thank you. We've got 2 sheets of paper here, which are exactly the same apart from the UAGC number changing. Lots and lots of numbers on this, so I'll just sort of talk you through it if I can. So the front page, top left-hand corner, there's a highlighted number of 610. That's the current UAGC. So what this is doing is saying, let's keep the UAGC at 610. There's a lot of numbers on here I'm not going to talk about. I just want to focus on the key stuff. So underneath the 610, you'll see a 6.95%. That's the proposed rate increase for next year. So then if I can get you, okay, so just beneath then, above the first blue table, you can see this includes differentials. So I'll put the differentials of 1.2 and 1.5 in there.
Thank you.
Now I'm going fast and I'm conscious that some people are more familiar with this than others. So please shout out if you want me to go over something. So with the basis that we've got keeping the UAG at 610, we're putting rates up by 6.95, introducing the differentials. Bottom right-hand corner, the green numbers. That tells us how much each different sector in total is going to be changing their impact to our rates to come up to 17 million. I'd ask you to ignore the other sector for now. That's it's for these purposes, you don't need to worry about the other sector. So you can see that if we keep the UAGC at 610, put rates up by 6.95%, put in the differentials, the commercial sector collectively will pay 5.7% more. Now, there will be some above that, there will be some beneath that. I think we all understand that. Crop and the special, similar amount. Farming goes down 1.2. Forestry and mining, similar amount, 5%. Industrial up 12, you can all read, 6.6. Residential, 16.5. Now, within that residential, that's the average. There will be some significantly above that and some significantly below.
That's a 16.5% increase on the average residential rate.
Yes, collectively the sector will be paying 16.5% more, even though rates are going up 6.95. Because most of the increase in capital value percentage-wise was there. There were some significant increases in the farming sector too. When we were workshopping this, we looked at that and were put off by the 16% increase. So what we've done, if you can turn over, you'll see the UAGC we brought down to 500 to model that. Everything else is the same. And the numbers in the right-hand column again, you should be able to just compare just by folding over. You can see that there's a lot more consistency. Again, ignore the other category. There's a lot more consistency around the 10%, which was one of the outcomes we were looking for. And I'll emphasize again, because I know it's quite common knowledge that within that, there are some significantly more than the average and some obviously below. The higher your capital value and the higher your capital value growth means the more, just like any other rating system is based on QV, it's all relative. The degree to which your capital goes up more than others, you will pay higher than 6.95%. So what the intention of bringing the UAGC down, you can see, is to smooth out the swing of minus 4.5% going up to 16.5%. And when UAGC is 610, The biggest decrease is minus 4.5. The biggest increase is 16.5. So a 21% swing. By bringing the UAGC down, the swing goes down to 8%, give or take. That's what we kind of, that's one of the outcomes we were looking for when we workshop this.
We can disregard other because it's such a small pool size.
There's too many funnies in there. Yeah.
And just one question from me, in light of the roading budget, so the biggest single impact on that will be a bigger reduction in the rural sector, won't it? Because of the percentage of the general rate that's involved in the rural sector.
By virtue of us getting 4.5 million less from Whakatau over the next 3 years. Yeah, the way the current budget models flow, they would be, yeah, that's what the road network is, yeah. I'm saying that through critical eyes. I'm not sure to the degree to which I can answer that.
Yeah, it'll take a bit of analysis, I accept that. So we have a mover and seconder. I'll go back to the mover. Councillor Duncan, do you wish to speak to your motion, please?
I think I said it before, but just to refresh, there are a large number of submissions on this subject, and there are specific examples within some of them around what it means for people in the Northern District with quite large increases in their rates. It's not uncommon between 24 and 26% people saying to me on reasonably large properties with rural properties that have little recourse as far as increasing their revenue. We've had a very dry year, 3rd year in a row, and I know that that's not uncommon for lots of people, but it has impacted quite a lot. And also there's a fair bit of central government indications that in fact stock numbers are to be reduced, various other things that are stressing out the rural sector. And so I felt it was important to speak up on their behalf and just question again the fair and equitable stance that we're taking on rates within our district. And I just see that this is the big thing that's going to impact on those rates going up to such a significant degree.
Thank you. Speakers, I have Councillor Belsham first. Can I have a show Councillor Belsham, Councillor Dalgety, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Ash. This is such an important deal, councillors. I will rule from the chair that we'll waive the 3 standing orders with regards to 3 for, 3 against. So perhaps with the number of speakers, I might this time work my way around the room this way, starting with Councillor Gordon if he's interested. Councillor Belsham, what are you thinking about it?
Okay, thank you, Worship. Yeah, this unfortunately has come about really due to revaluations across our district. And unfortunately that is out of council's hands. It's supply and demand, and unfortunately it just so happens that the northern part of our district has had a substantial shift in valuations and levels of valuations. And to some degree, you could classify it as a bit of a catch-up to previously the southern part of our district having a huge increase in capital valuations. We spent some significant time looking at the impacts of changing the UAGC. And as you can see by the papers that have been provided, there are still going to be winners and losers out of the change to this, reducing it to 500. But at least there's a more of a significant equity spread across all ratepayers throughout this district. You could play with this figure until the cows come home, and it will literally upset some people and benefit others. And with the amount of effort that's been put into here, as you can see, this is probably about as smooth as you're going to get it. And unfortunately, the losers will have to probably play catch up to the rest of the district, unfortunately, and their rates changes. So I'm sorry to be having to speak against it, but unfortunately, it's a reality of today's times.
Yeah, as I said, I'll work my way around the room. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Gordon?
Yes, prior to having my memory tweaked with these figures, I was going to support the UAGC staying the same. But having had Paul's thought and looked at the figures and actually thought about even my own situation where my valuation has gone up by approximately 50%, I know that the increase that I'm paying is not because of drop in UAGC, it's because increase in valuation. And I really think that the UAGC is almost just a victim here. It's a convenient label that we're beating up on. The real issue is that rating as a mechanism is an imperfect science. In fact, it's probably not a science at all. And it's subject to all sorts of external forces that almost get in the way of having some equity. And we had parts of the district going up and parts going down and parts doing nothing. And yet that is the tool that we have. And it's really the only tool we have. I mean, central government has really not given us other tools. So we're really caught in the middle. So as Nigel commented before, it was 6 years ago that the sand country went ballistic. And it didn't matter if it was a good producing farm or a rank sand dune growing gorse and pine trees, it all went up and those people got hit really hard. And now the same has happened in the north. And it really, all it does is emphasize really how broken rating as a mechanism is. It is what it is. So I'm going to vote against the motion.
Councillor Ash.
I'll also be voting against the motion. We workshopped this heavily and collectively we saw the urgent need due to the revaluations to ensure that we were operating from a space that was really fair and reasonable and equitable for our ratepayers. And I think we have to ensure that we are being as fair as we possibly can and gentle on them. I don't need to say anymore. It's been said.
Councillor Parnapa.
Yeah, I'll be voting against it as well. I mean, the voices in Rasna is vocal in the opposite direction in terms of the there are those who are paying in excess of 10%. So what the council has done is due diligence in a no-win situation, but it's something that we have to wear for a period of time until we can actually implement the prosperity that we're looking for long-term and actually benefit the whole district. So as much as I understand and appreciate the intent behind the motion, I'll be voting against it.
Councillor Joe Belly.
We're voting for the motion. So I believe that by dropping the UAGC, we were supposed to be having a smoothing effect across our rating base. However, that money goes into the general rate, and therefore our northern rural farmers with high capital values are significantly affected by this change. We are talking, if we go off the sample, which I'll come back to later, 20+% increase for those farmers. What I also feel is relevant is because of those high capital values, it's the dollar amount we're talking here. So we are talking on average $3,000 extra in rates versus if you take that back to the residential situation, it's possibly $200 or $300. So yeah, I just feel that it isn't fair and equitable what we're proposing. But I'd also like to point out, I'm really uncomfortable with our sample, and I don't think it's giving us a true picture across our district of the changes. And I would like us to relook at that sample. There's just too many outliers and not enough to give a true picture of averages.
Thank you, Councillor Carter.
I'll be voting against. I'm in full agreement of Four speakers. Workshopped it very hard and had to play a lot of numbers trying to work things out. So
Councillor Hero.
No, I'm sorry.
She laid
You
up.
can come.
Yeah, I'll be voting against the two for all the reasons that have been said before. We workshopped this. And once again, what's the point of having workshops if we're going to go against what was decided? My rates are going to go up horrifically too. Plus, I've lost my bonus for paying my rates early, but life isn't fair. So.
We welcome Ms. Prince to the table, but on this occasion we'll bypass it. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I'll be voting against this motion for basically all the reasons that have been said. For those that are also voting against it, I think we've well worked it. I think it's a good discussion to have again. But I'll be voting against.
Thank you. It's left for me to speak. I'll be voting against this motion. I have a degree of sympathy around the dollar values of the changes, but unfortunately, we've just had a revaluation process, and it's not a perfect process. I take on board your comments around the database, Councillor Jalgeti. At what stage do you go and investigate each one of those line items that we've looked at in workshops? And I take on board the comments that Councillor Belsham has made that in the past, the Southern District was the district that got hit hard. So these changes are reasonably cyclic in nature. So I now go back to a right reply.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that in this case, it's been slightly different with the rates increase because it's not just been the Sand Country that's risen. In this case, it was just the Sand Country before. This time it's actually been the northern and the northern rural and the southern urban that have both gone up. So the smoothing has really been to protect perhaps one sector more than the other. And as Councillor Dalgety pointed out, it is a huge difference in dollar values, and that's where I see the fair and equitable as being unfair and not equitable. Equitable is, I don't know why we use that word because it's very difficult to put it in this context. But I take on board everyone's comments, and yes, we have workshopped this, and I have been asking questions all along, but in actual fact, we consulted on it, and the comments that have come back, in every other case, we seem to have taken into account, but in this case, perhaps it's all just about the workshops. I'd like to say that there's a lot of comment in here that suggests that there are a lot of people that see that it isn't fair and equitable.
Thank you very much. I now must put it to the vote. So those in favour of the motion, a show of hands, please. Those against the motion. So the motion fails. I will make comment. You were absolutely right. We have taken on board some of the submission comments and deliberations. And so it is important that we didn't just leave this to say this has been a decision at workshops, and that everybody, in terms of transparency, the community has a right to know the views of people around the table. Do you wish your nay vote, the votes to be recorded?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we'll move back now to the revenue and deliberations on the revenue and financing policy.
So with the outcome from that recommendation, it doesn't need to be stated that we are reducing it to $500.
Yes, it does.
So I'm happy to move the recommendation that council does reduce the uniform annual general charge to $500.
Yeah, absolutely, quite correct, Tony. So you're moving, seconding Councillor Ash, and we've had the effect that we had the discussion. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you for the correction.
Make sure that
we're just pausing while we just let officers catch up to where we were. So the next recommendation is in terms of timeline for that. If you go back to this, so we need to just
That one actually, you're just working on
Yeah.
your agency.
So recommendation 4, would you be happy to include in your motion? Sorry, there, please, the room.
Yeah, forgive me, Your Worship, there is work being done on the building security system at the moment. Didn't expect that, but that would explain it.
Could we just have a staff member check, please, that it was.
It's more renewable.
No, I think that covers, I think we've done enough to cover it, haven't we?
Show of hands.
All right, sorry, just, can we have a show of hands, please? The council reduces the UAGC to 500 from 1st of July 2021. Those in favour? Those against? Carry.
Sorry, can I have another show of hands? Sorry, can you put your hands right from there, please?
No, I can rule from the chair that I've had indications around the table that it's a unit, that it's a majority vote. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Kerry, if somebody wants to challenge that, they have the right to challenge. Right. We should be happy now with this, and we can go back to page 20, the deliberations on the revenue and financing policy.
Yeah, so this was something that was on the agenda earlier on, but we thought it might just make more sense to have the discussion parallel with the last paper. So I don't think anything's changed to the version that we have previously looked at. So let's just bring it back out to see whether we want to adopt it with or without amendment.
Right, would somebody like to move that the report and deliberations revenue financing policy be received? Councillor Belsham moving, seconding. Councillors, are you all up with the place to where we're at? Page 20, I think it is. On your order paper. I'll wait.
Just one, Joe.
Okay, back to your order paper. And I think it's page 20. Have I got it correct?
Second, Your Worship, when you get to that stage.
So you, Councillor Gordon, you proceed to second
Yeah.
receiving the report. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. So in terms of, would somebody be prepared to move recommendation 2 that council adopt the revenue and financing policy, presumably without amendment, because I haven't seen an amendment we have made.
Maybe to move that without amendment.
Looking for second to councillor Ash. Any questions around where we're at? I'm seeing a few sort of looks around the table as we're not quite sure where we're at. No? You wish to speak to your motion?
No, I don't. This policy, other than to say this policy has been sent out in consultation, and I'd actually like to congratulate the one that's put together and it clearly spells out how council is going to go about collecting rates from ratepayers throughout the district, and it was well put together, well explained. I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Any other speakers to it? Councillor Gordon.
Yes, fully support the motion, but I'd like to comment on page 25, there's a chart there that has the wee piggies. And I think that is a very good graphical demonstration. I'm not taking the proverbial about where our funding comes from. And you could go further and say why some cost centres potentially don't have as much money as we'd like. And I'm sort of referring to urban water and roading. If you look at roading, you know, there's 2 sources of funds, and urban water, 1 source of funds. I mean, I know it's very simple, but if people want to really look at what makes councils tick and then go and then drill down behind it to find the numbers, that is a very good representation. So thanks for the very clear reporting.
Any further questions around this? I had questioned earlier as to whether we're missing 3 little things in the 3 waters, but I'm not trying to be totally flippant here. Any further speakers? Do you wish to write a reply, Councillor Belsham?
Oh, no, then, other than perhaps Councillor Gordon's comment, I'd love to see the large piggy bank sitting in subsidies and grants under the urban water thing. But,
Yeah.
No, that's my right to reply.
Put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. That takes us, I believe, back to dealing with submissions. And we should be up to page 55. Thank you very much. And did you say 55?
55.
Thank you. Catch up myself. So this is community and leisure assets. Do you wish to make any comment before we deal with each one separately?
No, my suggestion is just to deal with each one separately, looking for questions as you go.
Thank you. Again, I will be looking for people to put a motion on the floor. You've got a financial impact position with regard to all of these. Recommendation topic 2, public toilets, that we do or do not include capital expenditure of $200,000 capital to install public toilets and Walker Park pools. Year 2 of the long-term plan, and operational expenditure of $20,000 per year as associated with it. Do we have a mover, please? I thought it might be you, Councillor Carter. You're wishing to move that we approve. Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Gordon seconding it. You wish to speak to your motion, Councillor Carter?
Toilets are a pain in the but the park itself is used regularly by the locals as well as a lot of travellers, and it's away from the town centre, and the use of toilets for the travellers themselves, especially the kids, because of the park area there, would be a great asset to the town and helping the travellers themselves in their comfort. So I'd like to see the council support this motion.
Just a question from me in terms of an explanation from officers. If you look at the rates impact year 1, the $200,000 doesn't sit within that because it's capital expenditure and would be loan funded. So does that, the rates, the $20,000 per year as an operational expense, does that include the loan position? So
Probably ask that, Your Worship. The $20,000 does not include the loan portion. We had not included that in. Also to note, in your rates impact, we're focused on year 1, given most of the requests are focused on year 1. So in the comment section for this item, you've got from year 2 a 0.1% rates increase.
yeah, so that's a timing issue as much as anything.
Yeah.
Just to clarify what I wondered, if I may, the 20K per annum presumably indexed. So goes up by CPI each year, it's not a flat 20K.
Yeah. But the loan function is included in that 1.1%.
No, it's not been.
So it's going to be slightly higher than that. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Thank you. Right, oh, we've got a bevy of speakers to this. So Councillor Carter has spoken. I'll go Councillor Dalgety, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Belsham, Councillor Dalgety.
There's a question, please.
Yes, Susan.
So I'm just not understanding in my mind. At Turakina, we can put an $85,000 loo in, which is a dry bulk facility. Could we do that at this park and save ourselves 120,000?
Answer from start.
You could do that, but the dry vault, we still have operating costs like emptying the tank. So if it is able to be connected to services, we prefer to connect it to service. So then you've got your basins, your flushable toilets, etc.
If I can add to that, the cost of cleaning the toilet if it's not connected is very high. And the business case is really short. You rather pay the 200,000 and install one that can flush. You make that up really quickly in having to suck out the tank all the time.
I have Councillor Gordon, Councillor Belsham, Councillor Gordon.
Yes, look, I'm speaking in favour of the motion. We have considerable investment in our parks and reserves in this district. As a district, we're probably quite blessed, and we've taken these spaces for granted. But in the future, you can see that people aren't necessarily going to be travelling by private vehicle. And I think in the past, we've relied on people going to the park and then jumping in the car and going to find the toilet if they needed it. I don't think that is an appropriate outcome. I think having what is our core business, which is toileting, that's one of the things we do at our place of recreation, is just fundamental. We need more people recreating, not less. We make a large investment in recreational spaces, and this is just part of the picture. This is almost, a must-have. So fully in support of this motion.
I guess it was clarity. I wanted a question around clarity of $20,000 per annum to operate the toilet, and it states that's taken into account power and what have you. Seems awfully a lot of money, but that's what it is. Within that section, within that section of road, we have Matapihi, which is now a public toilet facility accessible through there. Do we still intend to lease the Wallace Development toilets as also a public facility, which is another 100 metres down the road, and then possibly implement a new toilet at a park another 200 metres down the road? And that's my question, I guess.
Did you raise that? So it's exactly the question I was going to raise.
The lease for the Rangatiki Junction toilets, which are the old Wallace one, that was a 15-year initial lease. So there still is quite a time frame to run on that lease.
So I won't ask you the figure that we're paying for that, but no, I presume it's significant. Okay.
That was a question rather than a...
So can I comment now, or can I speak?
I'll take the comment.
Okay, well, I'll speak against the motion. I think sometimes we over-deliver on our facilities within our district, and it's a significant amount of money when we've got a provision that we've already provided at Te Matapihi, which is literally just up the road, for public toilet facilities in Bull. So within such a short distance, I think they could utilise the Te Matapihi toilets, which there's been a significant amount of money put into. So I'm speaking against.
Councillor Wilson.
Speaking against the motion and speaking in support of exactly Councillor Belsham's comments, but I would also note in additional to Councillor Belsham's comments about the close proximity of a number of other toileting options, is I don't see anywhere in these documents a clear identification of need. And there isn't. We've got no idea of how many people are stopping. We've got no idea how many people are going to the park and going, oh, I wish there was a toilet here. So, you know, are we trying to, by accepting this motion, are we trying to fix something that might not need to be fixed? There is no evidence around the actual need for a toilet in this. There's no business case to it. So I'll be speaking quite strongly against this motion.
Have spoken quite strongly again. We take it that we don't get another crack at this. Councillor Duncan.
I have a question, if I may. What interests me around Bulls is the fact that the Te Awaroa trail goes through Bulls. I think it's the closest it gets to the rest of the Rangatiki. It sort of shaves down the side of Bulls, as far as I understand. And I wonder if this sort of facility is needed to encourage that people to stop in Bulls. I think it's a lost opportunity with those. I mean, at the moment, obviously with COVID, but is that something that should be included in why another facility might be available? Is there any advice on that?
I think if they're walking the Te Awaroa Trail, you're dead right. It does come through our district there and elsewhere in our district. So we can't leave out Koitiata, we can't leave out Whangai Hu. But I think they have access and use the toilets at Te Marapihi as best port of call as they come into town. So I'm not sure that's relevant.
Thank you.
Councillor Ash, Councillor Dalgety, Councillor Ash.
Also speaking against this motion, certainly toilets are helpful, but I think my key takeout at the moment is the submissions that are finding the rates increase hard, and we've got to look at whatever we can to ensure that we're not increasing rates. We don't need to, and we are sufficiently catered for in restroom facilities in Bulls.
Councillor Dalgety.
I'll be speaking against the motion. I think we have sufficiently catered for toilets and Bulls, and I'd rather see that money going towards development down in the domain.
Councillor Hero, is that a question? Or?
No, I'll be speaking against the motion as well. This one, or what we've seen is one submission from one person. It's talking specifically about toilets in that area, and knowing the facilities that are on Te Matapihi, which is just up the road. I think we've excellent facilities, and maybe we just need to put in a signpost. Cheaper option.
Thank you. I'll go back to write a reply.
Thank you for your comments. 200 metres from Te Marapihi and wherever, but there's a hell of a traffic load in that particular area, being State Highway and State Highway 3, which is awkward sometimes to get across and into those facilities. The attraction for the park itself is there's a family of bulls in there, the bull, the cow and the calf, which is a huge photo opportunity for the travellers, which gets used very, very much. The Lions saw potential in this particular park because they built a shelter in that area, because they know that it gets used that well by the travellers to stop there and have their picnic lunch and whatever, and the kids can have a stretch of legs on the playground. And the area itself is quite well fenced off. So I still would like you to agree with the fact of putting a toilet facility in that particular area to assist for the safety of our travellers, rather than have to go uptown to an area where there's a great deal of traffic. And with that, yes, with the 200 metres, well, actually it's only 10 metres to the nearest fletch bush or the shrubbery in the area that does get used very, very much. It would stop the pollution in that respect. Thank you.
Thanks. I now must put the vote. So those in favour of the motion? I'll have a count here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion is lost. Thank you. Moving on now. Community wellbeing recommendation. The council does or does not become a signatory on the proposed regional sports facilities implementation plan memorandum of understanding. This was the MOU. This comes with a cost. 3,000 is it? Well, it's 4.2.
Excuse me, what page are we on?
65.
So it costs $3,339. And that's an operational cost each year, years 1 through to 3, as I understood it.
Yes.
Just make it.
Yes.
So you've got 2 recommendations sitting in front of you. The first one's around becoming a signatory to the MOU. The second one is around funding. We would look to add in the recommendation around which years, if you were going to provide that funding, which years it would be. The suggestion from the mayor, years 1 to 3, is what was requested.
Okay. The question from me is, if we become a signatory, does that mean that we are obliged to fund? Or can we become a signatory without? I'm getting a nod from Mr. Forster to say that we don't have to fund, but we could become a signatory too.
So in their submission, they made 2 separate requests and say that they'd go hand in hand.
Okay, so I can deal with them separately. That was my query.
Yep.
Thank you. On that basis, we'll treat them totally separately. Would somebody like to move that we become or don't become a signatory? Councillor Gordon, first, sorry. Councillor Gordon.
Moving.
You're moving? Councillor Duncan, you second. Sorry.
Sorry, does or does not?
Oh, does.
Yeah. Thank you.
Second.
Right. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
Any speakers to that or questions? I'll speak to this very briefly. I think it is important that we take a regional view. So we need to be part and parcel to these discussions. Remember, with the spatial planning changes in terms of the RMA, a whole lot of these things will be a regional view. That's where the law's heading. I'll leave it there. Right to reply? Put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Next section of that is whether we contribute $3,339 annually. When do you wish to outline exactly what that $339 is for? It's quite a specific.
I could probably speak to that, Your Worship. So that's for the coordinator role, and it's our share of the cost of that.
Looking for Councillor Hira, a question, or are you wishing to move?
I would like to move that council does financially contribute $3,339 annually for the regional sport facility plan.
Are you seconding?
Your Worship, I suggest that annual is changed for years 1 to 3 if we want to.
Okay. With your permission, councillors, would you still put your motion including the words years 1 to 3? Because that's a term that's described in the documents. Councillor Hira, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Well, I think if we makes sense in my brain that if we're going to sign off on something above it, that we support it in the next recommendation down. So that's
Thank you.
my to that.
Speakers to Councillor Dalgety, Councillor Duncan, Councillor Dalgety.
Yes, I agree. If we want to play in the sandpit, we need to support it.
We need to buy the sand. Councillor Duncan.
I have a question. I'm just wondering if that wording of years 1 to 3, or in the next 3 years, should that be part of the recommendation above?
Oh, we can become I think it can be separate.
Yeah.
Any further discussion on this? I'll put it to a vote. I'll put it to vote or write a reply. No, Councillor Heber, write a reply. Vote those in favour. Those against, carry.
It's just, sorry, just a correction, the request was 3399, not 3339. You just correct that.
Ooh. We've now given them $1,000 more than we need.
No,
$60 less.
Can we, with the mover seconder, can we adjust that figure, please, to align with the submission request?
I thought I seconded
All right.
Excuse me.
Mover and seconder, are you happy making that slight change, Councillor Dalgety?
It's actually got Councillor Lambert down, and I'm sure it was me that seconded that, sorry.
Sorry. Right, we'll accept that as a change. Next one, where the council does or does not contribute $2,500 or any other fee figure to Martin Community Patrol. I think from memory, the submission requested a sum up to 5,000, was it? Councillor Wilson.
I would like to move that we don't. Is that this one?
Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Carter seconding, do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I do. I just, whilst I support the work that the Martin Community Patrol does, I think this is in the wrong spot. I think there are other funding opportunities that actually council has open to this group, as well as external funding agencies to this group as well. So I just don't see this as being in the right spot. I support the initiative, but I don't think it should be funded in this way.
So what you're saying is this would be an application of community initiative fund?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. Any questions? Any speakers to it? Right, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour, and let's just say that we do not contribute. Those against? Carried. Can we please note that the advice note back to staff? Thank you. Next one, the council does not or does contribute to 5,000 or 10,000 to the Tie Happy neighbourhood support. I thought you might do that, Councillor Wilson.
To move that we don't support.
Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Carter, you wish to speak to it?
Now, for exactly the same reasons as the previous recommendation, there are other funding avenues for these groups. Other funding avenues again within the council space and external to the council space that would more than be able to reach out to these groups for some funding. So I think it's in the wrong spot.
Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Gordon.
I've got a question, Your Worship. Question of officers.
First question is, what is the size of the Community Initiatives Fund? I can't remember off the top of my head. And the second is it oversubscribed?
From memory, it is 25,000.
30,000.
30,000. And two tranches?
Not oversubscribed.
Oh, no, not oversubscribed. That's the annual allocation.
So we don't know what the current subscription is to that, Nadia? Well, it's actually, the ones that, sorry, forgive me, Ash. Do you know what we're currently sitting at?
No, I do not.
Irrespective, the argument that the councillor has put forward is one that councillors must consider. Councillor Duncan.
I'd like to speak against the motion. Because I remember the submitter speaking to us about the fact that they did actually have funding from other sources, but that it is a common practice of councils to support this sort of initiative. And from a local knowledge perspective, I know that this group was particularly successful during COVID. They really stepped up. In fact, they covered more than just the northern Taihape area. Some of that influence actually came throughout the district, and I was very impressed with what they'd done. So I'm saying that I think that our council should support them because of the work they've done, and now because of the experience and the value they are to the wider district.
Can I just ask officers that I need to go back to check the submission. Does the submission detail exactly what that money would be used for?
Yeah. Wages, part-time coordinator, mileage, photocopy, copy of toner, phone, some promotion.
Should we just checking on how much has been spent this year, if that's okay?
Community. Yeah.
Catherine McDonald has just sent through that the total for this year is 31,907, and so far 14,500 has been spent.
So it would indicate at the moment that is that the first or second tranche?
My understanding was that the tranches were based on our financial year, so that would have been for the first tranche. I'd say that the second tranche may potentially be coming up. I'll have to double check on that, but there is a $2,500 limit to any application through the community initiatives.
As a guideline.
As a guideline.
Councillor Heros.
I'll be voting for the motion, taking on board what is just Councillor Wilson's corridor around the opportunity for groups to be able to put some, applications into the small community
initiatives fund.
And so just again to say that I think in previous corridor that's been had around the table, putting the communicating out to people that these things are available. Maybe it's just that they just don't realise that these things are available.
Further speakers.
I'm just very aware there are external sources available. Of course, we've got our community initiatives, but there are strong external sources available. That's key priorities really align themselves with the likes of groups such as this. So yeah, there's ample opportunity.
We've had 3 speakers for the motion. Any further speakers against the motion? Councillor Gordon.
Yeah, I'm going to speak against the motion. As Councillor Duncan commented, this group really stepped into the space with COVID, and we were under, I think we were under a state of civil emergency, weren't we? Effectively, they became an extension of what we did as a council out into the community, and picked up a lot of the gaps that weren't being filled. And I feel that this group is potentially providing a leadership role for other neighbourhood support groups district-wide. We should be funding them. We should give them certainty of funding initially. I think they've proved their worth, and now we need to back it up with some action, which is actually funding. So I'm going to vote against Councillor Wilson's motion.
Thank you. We've had 3 speakers for, 3 speakers against. I will go back for right or reply just in terms of your comment around under civil defence. We did not declare with regard to.
Stand corrected. Thank you.
Just information, right or reply.
Thank you, Wilson. Worship. In no way am I questioning the value of this organisation, and that is not the point of the motion. The point of the motion is this the right forum and the right place to have this funding. Now, whilst we've got funding available for the community initiatives, that is only one arm of funding that is available, even from council. There are others, excluding external funding sources. And it is purely and simple about the funding mechanism and the request that the submitter has put in. Nothing to do with the value of the work that they do for these for our community. So it's purely and simple. I don't believe we should be funding it via rates on this mechanism.
Thank you. Must put it to the vote. Those in favour of the motion, this is not to support. The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Next one. Council does or does not commit to participate in the impact of collective Rangatira, South Taranaki and Whanganui. This is the impact collective. This is the one initiated from the DHB. Correct. So the request there was, I'll give councillors some advice and might ask the Chief Executive make comment. So this is an initiative that came out of the Whanganui DHB. And there was a request there for $50,000 funding made to the various 4 councils. I have spoken to South Taranaki, I have spoken to my counterpart there and Ruapehu. So Ruapehu's view was initially to put no money into this. They are softening that tone today. The expectation is that they'll put $5,000 or certainly not in excess of 5,000. It could be 2,000, 5,000. South Taranaki, very similar stance. I think it would be fair to say that the DHB are not expecting us to fully fund $50,000. That there have been commitments from other organisations in terms of MSD and the DHB in terms of being in the funding space. Pass to your comment. Is my comments fair?
Yes, I would add to that, Your Worship, that the second recommendation is one which I know I can't support that, but that's it's certainly what I believe other districts would also support. Did you ask that of the mayors? Yeah.
All right, so we'll deal with the first one. That council commits to participate in the impact collective rangatira. So I think I'll move that we do. It's important we're in this space. Looking for a seconder, go for Councillor Lambert. I don't think I need to speak to this. There've been several presentations to council. Any other speakers to it? Right, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. The next one, that the council does or does not provide a signatory to the collective, etc., who would participate on behalf of council as a trust board member and as a member. This is, in other words, saying that we need someone in the space. Councillor Hira, are you prepared to move? Yes. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Belsham, any discussion? Do you wish to speak to the motion? Put it to the vote.
It does or it does not? It does.
Put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Next one. The next one is the funding arm of this. Councillor Belsham.
Yeah, I'd be happy to make a recommendation that council does contribute $5,000 to the impact collective for Ruapehu, South Taranaki and Whanganui.
Are you happy to? I wondered when I read this whether or could be as well as. In other words, because if we gave $5,000, presumably there are possibly also some non-financial contributions that could be made in terms of staffing time, for example. Could I have a response from staff around whether that could be something that could be considered? because it's an either or type situation.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Your worship, the third recommendation, so the one on the next page covers a few also.
Right.
Is the end function.
Right.
Also on this, it's not perhaps not clear, is it? It's the $5,000 isn't per annum.
Yeah. Are you happy that it's $5,000 per annum?
Yes, happy for it to state that in that third recommendation, so that covers off both of the first two.
Right. Just wait. Sorry, catch up. Yeah. So the recommendation that council contributes $5,000 per annum and office investigate what non-fundable to the collective. So you're happy with that?
Remove that as written.
Yeah, we just added the wrong space here. So looking for the seconder, do we have seconder to it? Councillor Hero. You wish to speak to it?
Other than to say, if you want to play on the sandpit, you've got to buy the sand. Sorry to use your terminology there, Your Worship.
And the buckets as well. Councillor Wilson.
I'm actually going to speak against this, but I'm going to phrase it that the initiative I support, but the fact that we have provided or we've recommended that a signatory in the government leadership team has already been ticked off. I wonder if by moving that we support them with $5,000 is a little bit short-sighted without understanding the need. And so I'm posing that in the fact that whilst the previous recommendation was that we become a member on the government leadership team, there may be something that this council can contribute either financially or has been mentioned non-financially that may have a greater impact to this group. And I just wondered if by saying it's $5,000, if we're possibly hamstringing ourselves a wee bit to that. So I actually am going to speak against that, the particular motion as it is up there at the moment.
Other speakers? I'll speak in support of this motion. I think it's this is the one DHB in the country that has said, regardless of the outcomes of DHBs, because this was started prior to that, this is what, as a region, we need to do. And they have invested very significant time and money into this space. We have supported them all the way through where we could in terms of meetings, in terms of staff times and so on. And I think it's very difficult to say exactly what the non-financial aspects could or could not be. But I think Councillor Belcher is right, it's buying some sand. Space to play with this, if you like. Councillor Duncan.
I'd like to suggest an amendment to this one, if I may. I'm wondering if, because DHBs are disappearing by this time by June next year, end of June next year, whether rather than per annum, we said for the next year, while we get into the space and find out perhaps what Mr. Wilson was referring to, what else could be more valuable. That would be my suggestion.
You're moving that as an amendment?
Yes, I would like to move that the amendment said that the council contributes $5,000 for the next year and officers investigate what non-financial contributions, etc.
Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Wilson seconding it. You feel as though you've spoken enough to motion? Well, it's not your motion. If we're talking about the amendment, that's what it sits with Councillor Duncan, not you. Councillor Duncan,
yes.
I think you've spoken enough to it.
Yes, I think so. I hope that's clear.
I'll speak against the amendment. The beauty of this is signalling to government and the replacement organisations that there is a future structure in place. And that we're in effect beating the government to the gun here and saying we have some degree of autonomy within our region and a structure that we see going forward. To signal to government that it's only going to be in place for year one, very easy for them to say this is obviously doesn't have any far-reaching concerns. If for some reason that the organisation failed, then there wouldn't be a call on it in the future. So, any other speakers to the amendment? Yeah. Councillor Belcher.
Speaking against it, that as you've said, this structure is actually sitting outside of the DHB. It's a group, a collective, wanting to ensure that the health requirements are looked after within our region, within this collective group. So I think we need to ensure that they have a certain amount of funding, to move forward further than 1 year.
Any other speakers, Councillor?
Point of order, is that eligible, that amendment, because it's speaking negatively to the first motion?
No, I've accepted it as an amendment because it doesn't change the intent to fund. What it does is put it in immediate, so I'll turn down the point of order. That's a legitimate amendment. Councillor Hero.
I think absolutely we need to be part of this in this space as a council going forward, because the health reforms are will have a huge impact across the whole country. So it makes total sense in my head that we either want to be part of all of those things that are going to come with it, or we sit out on the outside of things and poke holes. So we might as well be, it's already been said that we are going to be part of it. So again, contribute in some way, because it could, the reality is it could change and it will change. But
right, I'll put the amendment to the vote. Those in favour of the amendment? The amendment is lost. We revert back to the substantive motion. Did we give you your right of reply, Councillor Wilson?
Yes, I believe I've had it.
Now I must put the motion.
It's my right to reply. He's having to have it for you.
I'll give you your right of reply.
As has been stated, this group sits outside of the DHB, and it's ensuring that the well-being of health within these areas are being voiced and heard. So I think it's important that we are part of this collective.
So the vote, those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you. I was trying to be nice to you, Councillor Wilson, but I turned you down earlier. That takes us through to 7.12 roading. With series of recommendations. Councillors, I think we'll look to take a break at 2, from 2 to maybe 2:15. In terms of where we're at. So this is the 6 options around roading. That council includes $100,000 of additional budget for the sealing of the Rangawai Junction, identified by submitter 159 as seal extension in years 1 to 3. Sorry. Yeah, page 78. Sorry. Noting that the project will be fully funded as unsubsidised, or the other options. Councillor Wilson.
I'd like to move, which I'm effectively going to call, is it option 5, because it's a little bit difficult to say we've got that many ors, but I'll read it out to save any ambiguity. The council does not include additional budget or reprioritising of existing seal work for the program Rangatira Junction. Everyone's up with the play on that one.
So you're moving that council does not include additional budget or reprioritise, etc. in the ceiling. Right.
Yes.
Looking for a second to that, councillor Belsham, speaking in favour.
Yes, if
To your motion, right?
I speak to that. Look, I think, and understanding the issue and the submitter and reading the details, but given the information that we have received as a council with regards to our indicated decrease in funding availability that's coming from Waikato Kotahi, and without understanding what implications that's going to have on us with our roading in the short term, I just do not see how we can accept this based on that alone, regardless of the intention of the submitter and the support that we may have as a council based on that information that has only come to light within the last week. I think it would be inappropriate of us to be accepting that recommendation here, therefore recommending what I have up there.
Thank you. Other speakers to it? Look, I'll yeah, councillor Lambert and then myself.
Oh, well, I don't quite know what the procedure is here, but I actually support option 6.
Well,
So we go through this one down.
Yeah. Are you wishing to foreshadow that?
As in?
So you can foreshadow a motion to say that if this fails, that you would prefer option 6.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Right.
I'll foreshadow seconding that. Declaring one end.
I won't make any comments here, councillors. Speakers to the motion. Look, I'll speak in favour of the motion. Even if we were to negotiate a cost sharing of the Rangawai Junction reports back to council, etc., there is still a significant cost on council here. And as I said, I suspect there will be large sections of the Turakina Valley that we will be in discussion with around this table over the next few years as to whether they revert back to metal. Because that is the classification of the One Network Road classification process. It's not only just a funding option or lack of funding option, but it's part of the classification process under One Network Road classification. Remember that under existing policy, anybody can make an application for ceiling under cost share at any time. I'm speaking in favour of the motion. Councillor Gordon.
I'm going to speak against the motion, your worship. I think, having read the paper and I thank officers for all the information that's in it, we need to ask the questions around all seal extensions, Mount Curl included. We're taking note of the fact that Waikato is pulling back on funding us. We're signalling in this document that we're going to spend $245,000 in the next 2 years up in Mount Curl, and yet it's a road that's currently unsealed. Now, there may be some parts on that section that are clearly dangerous, and so we need a quite transparent mechanism about how these seal extensions are decided on and how they're funded, and if there's co-funding to be involved. And I think with respect to the Rangawai request and also the Watershed Road request, I think that they could all be put into the same bucket and re-looked at. And I think we need to look at, need, cost share, safety of the network. Safety is a big thing in the network. And I think we could argue that possibly some of these requests, there's an element of safety involved. So I don't think the current motion actually fits what we need to do. So that's why I'm going to vote it down. I'll try to vote it down.
Councillor Wilson. Councillor Duncan next. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Worship Belsham. almost thought the previous speaker was speaking for the motion, that what councillor Wilson has moved basically says we will need to take a look at all of our roading function and costs. Mr. Jones has provided us information that there is an indicative budget provided from NZTA, Waka Kotahi, sorry, and we will need to relook at all of our spend across the district. So I think that's going to happen anyway. And until that does, we can't agree to any of these sort of submissions until we get hear back from Mr. Jones, our roading manager. So I'm speaking in favour.
I'm speaking against the motion because I agree with councillor Gordon that the wording isn't what it needs to be. And I see that the challenge with having our funding cut by Waka Kotahi is that we do exactly what the full road motion would suggest, is that we negotiate and go out to our communities and look at other ways to make it happen. So that's why I'd also like to see this motion fail.
And certainly the foreshadowed motion that's on the table indicates a discussion. Right, a reply?
Yeah, just thank you to Councillor Gordon for inadvertently supporting the motion, because you've hit the nail on the head that there is a bigger conversation that has to happen around the lack of funding that we are going to receive from Waka Kotahi. It's $7 million. So there's a huge conversation that has to be had about all of these roads. And in comment from Councillor Duncan there, if you look at the foreshadowed motion, it says that it's a ceiling with affected landover. It doesn't say anything about going out and having a conversation with the community about shared funding arrangements, which the Mayor has already indicated is available for anybody to come to us and have that conversation at any stage. Simple fact of the matter is, we cannot support the costs for this without a greater understanding of the impact of our reduced funding on roading. It's quite simple.
Put to the vote. Those in favour of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion is carried. Thank you. Therefore, the foreshadowed motion drops out of the mix. However, there is a process in which anybody can apply to council at any time for seal extension work under the existing policies. So that is something that can be taken back to. Recommendation 2, there are 5 options within this in terms of the sealing of roads. Councillor Gordon, a wishing to move this regards to the watershed road.
Yes.
We take on board that you have declared an interest, Councillor Dalgetty. Thank you. So as such, you won't be able to take part in the vote. Councillor Gordon.
Yes, I'm going to slightly change one of these recommendations. I'll have a shot. I'm going to move that council reprioritises the unsubsidised ceiling in years 1 to 3 of the 21-31 long-term plan, and just leave it there. I think we need to look at all of this, Mount Curl included. So what have we got? The council. Just let the man at the front catch up. And reviews the need for all of these works. Program and
Can I just ask officers a question? So I spent some time with the principal ratepayer of this area. And his view was that it would be better and cheaper not to chip seal, but to regrade sections of the road so that the very steep inclines, which run up literally up to a hill and down the other side, that there'd be a regrading of it rather than a resealing. Was that considered as not suitable?
Quickly have a look. We did have a detailed look at it. Find the reply.
While you're looking at that question from Councillor Hero.
Sorry, can you just clarify when you said you've spoken to the principal ratepayer? What does that mean?
Certainly one of the principal landowners of the area around these hills. And I mean,
Watershed, your worship, you're
yeah,
referring to.
from the top of Watershed Road. So his view when he showed me the sections that he was concerned about was not for a reseal or a sealing, it was for a slight reforming. And I think he gave an estimation of, you know, a couple of days' work with a road crew, a digger and so on, to reshape it. This is perhaps, although you to clear the conflict of interest, Councillor Dalgety, you may have more knowledge around this. Are you able to?
Well, in the essence, as far as I know, the issue is getting trucks up the steep gradient. Down the other side, where the forestry are currently harvesting, they've corrected that gradient and it's perfect. The concern is at the moment, sheep trucks can't get up at certain times of the year. So what do you do? There's no farmers with tractors nearby to help that sheep truck, and then no one can get up past either side. So there's a big safety issue there. And the thought was around, if you could do what you've done on the other side with the gradient, with a view that this area is possibly going to be needing for harvesting logs in the future.
This is a section of road that will have a high degree of impact in terms of forestry in the very near future. It's already facing that now.
Your worship, I actually wish to add a little bit on the end of that to make this my motion a little bit clearer.
Happy if you do so.
Works, and I'd like to add, in view of the requests from the Upper Turakina Valley Watershed Road and Mount Curl Road. I hope that makes it clearer for anyone who might like to see.
Watershed Road.
And Mount Curl.
So is there scope within this, in your view? So if it wasn't a reseal, it could be a reshape? Yes. The scope within the motion to allow that?
I'd actually like officers to comment. I'd like to see, scope for whatever the issue is considered. I mean, the dust issue, they saw the outcome as sealing, but it may not be. The issue on the watershed is grade, and so everyone thought sealing was the issue. But if grade change is the best outcome, then let's have grade change. I mean, I just want to have a mechanism so that we can solve problems.
Are you happy with that position, that it essentially what he's saying is that we relook at the Mount Curl, we look at this in light of our new budgets, etc.
Yep. Just on the one of the watershed one, the roading team has been out there with Higgins and looked at a whole range of options. Regrading is actually not the cheapest option. It's quite a bit that they have to do to get it to regrade. And the risk is because it's always in the shade on the wrong side, it'll stay wet and might be a problem anyway. Okay. The cheapest and most cost-effective way is to reseal.
Okay. Right, let's revert back to best practice. We've got a seconder. Councillor Wilson seconding. Okay. Councillor Gordon, do you wish to speak to your motion?
At risk of having spoken up, I think we just need a mechanism out there so that we can rank these projects, get the right information in front of the roading team and actually choose the right answer. And it may not be sealing whole sections of network. It's going to be actually picking the lowest hanging fruit. And, with reference to the fact that we're going to have a lot less money. If we ripped in and sealed this 2-kilometre section of Mount Curl, we may well be not maintaining it in 10 years' time. So we're best to target the bits that are giving us the problems and move on.
Right. Any further speakers? No, put it for vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Where does that leave us now? Three waters, no recommendation. Parks and reserves. Yeah. Right, parks and reserves. And we'll break in a couple of minutes. 98. Just give you a minute to reread it, I think might be useful. So essentially the recommendation here is saying that we have reserve management plans, and those management plans are reviewed, and then we follow the guidelines within the reserve management plans. Is that correct?
There's one more step. There's actually two things that will happen simultaneously. The one is the production of the creation of a new parks, open spaces and sporting facility strategy for the district.
Yeah.
That'll kind of determine what the needs are and where the gaps exist in the district. And at the same time, we'll do the review of the reserve management plans for those parks.
Yeah. So this takes us through a plan, but doesn't necessarily get rid of the subsequent request by submission, does it? We'll still need to, even though this is saying we'll have a plan, we still need to deal with all of the submissions as a result.
So what we had in mind is, obviously it's a really good idea to have the strategy for the whole district as to what we want to achieve with open spaces, sporting facilities and parks. To determine where the gaps really are. But at the same time, we acknowledge that these people are very passionate about their parks and they've got a lot of enthusiasm and energy to put into it. So what we thought to take the ideas on board is we can review the management plans at the same time to kind of see how we can accommodate some of those ideas that they have right now as a kind of an interim step. But ultimately, we'd like to have an overarching strategy for the whole district that we can direct funding and enthusiasm to.
Right. What I think we'll do now that it is 2 o'clock, we'll take a break now and resume with this 2:15, 15 minutes. So Thank you. Resuming on parks and reserves, I've had a little bit of a discussion with staff around this. So in terms of the first recommendation, essentially this is detailing out a plan. And what I'm saying to staff is that if you don't also go through with funding arm to that, then you can have the best plan in the world, but you can't do things because you have no money associated with it. So the options, I'm seeking guidance here, councillors. I think the options will be that we probably do need to do the plans, the management plans. But I'm wondering if there's some way that we can consider each one of these recommendations subject to approval within the plan. Or there's another option that you do recommendation 1 and you set aside a sum of money that could be used. You know, you could save $150,000, for example, or $200,000 that could be used within these planning documents to support some of, not all of these. I personally think that probably it is better in some ways to give a firm decision subject to planning documents to each one of them. So my preference probably is to still look at them independently. Can I have, I'm allowing a little bit of general discussion and advice to the chair around this. Councillor Gordon, Councillor Belch and Councillor Gordon.
Yes, Your Worship, I'd be happy if in the recommendations 2 and onwards that we made sure that that was a placeholder, that we weren't just shoveling 50,000 or 100,000 or whatever the number was at a project, that it ties back into the recommendation 1 and that we have these placeholder amounts.
Right. So perhaps those placeholders would be an aggregated sum that goes into them. So some could be ruled out, some could be ruled potentially out. So that leads there. Councillor Belton.
I think that's hugely important because the one thing you don't want to do is stifle the enthusiasm of these groups. They're committed at the time, and as soon as we put a plan formation process in place, they feel that's going to be another 12 months or 2 years on the back burner. So I think we need to start the plan process. I certainly agree with that, rather than doing things ad hoc, but also have that funding arm sitting there for the ability to council to go back to and say, okay, the plan's now been provided from the group that's looking at the development, and it does fit within the plan process that we've put in place, and we've got some funding to actually attach to go with it.
So, Councillor Ashton, then I'll summarise what I think about.
I'm just wondering how we can even be in this conversation if we don't know what the financial impact is to our ratepayers with any one of these, or the accumulation of things. I mean, they're great, don't get me wrong. I love all the work that's happening around the district within our parks. But it just scares me a bit that we are coming at it from this angle as opposed to first looking at what the financial impact to our ratepayers would be, and have that strong conversation with each of the groups about how we can support them to get external funding to achieve some magic in parts.
So, Councillor, you've got in front of you at the start of the day an impact statement for these decisions in terms of rates.
Yeah.
So that's presumably what you're asking for. Right, I'll summarise. So I think where we've got to in the conversation is we'll deal with recommendation 1. If that is adopted, we'll deal with each recommendation separately as a placeholder or subject to acceptance within the activity management plan. Is that? I think that meets your needs. Councillor Hebra.
I've got a question.
I can deal with questions.
Okay, so the question is around all of the recommendations that have been made. Some of these recommendations that have been made have been clearly have come back to the council with some clear buy-in from a lot of people, within the communities. Some of them actually haven't.
Yep.
So my question would be, how do you, if we're looking at this and going through it individually like that, how do you so I'm just thinking about what I'm going to use Tie Happy as the example. If you've got, and I think we need to really learn from as the typing ward councillors, but we already know what some of the real issues that have been had to do with the Taipei amenities build and the Tai Happy, the grandstand. So I want us to be very sure there's three potential projects here. That all I want to know is that if we, in my head, if we're going to put each one of these on the table, and it's not about dampening people's enthusiasm, but it's ensuring that we don't get into another stage of another lot of people that weren't consulted and have an issue with the projects going ahead. I just want to make sure that we've covered as many bases as possible, because it might save us some problems.
But just bear in mind within the funding impacts, some of these could actually be capital funded, not operationally funded. You're right, councillor. So if we're dealing with each one independently in exactly the same way, we have to answer all of these submissions. And for instance, if we don't believe that there is enough evidence to support, you can vote this to say no. But if you do believe that there is enough evidence to support, you can support it subject to the activity management plans discussions. Councillor Duncan.
I have a concern on page 98, the recommendation at the bottom of the page. Yes, council does not regarding the Taipei Tennis Club application. I believe that the submission and the presentation to council previously, they have agreed between themselves that in fact it is the resurfacing of the tennis courts which is a priority. I'm just wondering if I've missed something here, whether that comes out elsewhere or whether this is the...
We'll deal with that elsewhere when it comes to recommendations 3.
All right, thank you.
Right. I'm hoping that somebody will deal with recommendation 1 at this stage.
I'd like to move recommendation 1 on the proviso that this, under the development of those plans, there's some requirements of groups to meet certain criteria, and one of them would be strong support within the community. Otherwise, why would we entertain listening to a submission that's really got 2 or 3 people behind it? So I believe in the development of those plans that will deal with strong support.
So activity management plans, they have a degree of consultation within all of them. So those sorts of arguments would fit in place. This is essentially saying we actually need some planning documents around these places. Happy to second. Do you wish to speak in to motion?
No, pretty much just what I've described. There needs to be some reasonings behind groups.
Others. So this is non-specific at this stage. It is just to say plans. Councillor Ash.
Very much in favour of us getting some plans together, like the idea of having a unified strategy across the district. However, I do want us to proceed with caution where it comes to the finances. You said that we were provided these figures at the beginning of the day, so I've just tallied them up, which wasn't done. If we were to just go ahead with what's been suggested here, it would be a further 4.81% on rates. I'm just
Let's limit the discussion to the motion that's on the table at the
So
moment.
in support of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
Before I comment, I just wonder, could Mr. Bernardi actually explain further what the open spaces and parks and strategy encompasses?
If I may, John, yeah. What we found is a lot of groups come to council and they all have a lot of passion for the area that they live in, that there would be a park or something that they want to do some improvements on, which is great. And although that could be potentially covered by capital expenditure, what we found from the Parks and Reserves team is the amount of operating that goes with it after it's been established. That really is the problem. So a good example would be a small group of people that wanted to form a park down by the river. The upkeep of that park would be of the tune of $50,000 a year. And because we kind of keep expanding our operational budgets, that $50,000 have to come from somewhere else. So generally what happens is we need to then take money from cemeteries or somewhere else that we would have spent there to look after all these new assets that we keep creating. And that really is the problem, is the depreciation and the OPEX that follows. What we then said is, let's just take a year or 18 months and determine what do we actually need? Where is the need? And once we've done that, it is much easier to then direct all this enthusiasm and funding and all the rest into the right places. So we actually then tick off two things in one go. We give people with enthusiasm for the community to do something that's really needed, and we also fill a gap that we have in the district. And then after that, the OPEX is streamlined because we need those things anyway. And then they create in the right places. So that really is what I'm after, is to have some experts to come and have a look and tell us what we actually need and where we need this, especially the way Bulls and Martin is growing at the moment. Where do we expect most of families and young people to live, and what kind of facilities do they actually need? So we might be spending money on the wrong side of town if we think of how town's going to develop in the future. So with the spatial plan and a couple of other things, all these things need to talk together to get the best value out of what we do.
I think he's spoken very favourably in terms of having a plan. Any speakers against this motion? You wish to write a reply? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That is carried. Now, again, as I stress, as we go through these recommendations, in effect, what you're doing is providing a placeholder and a potential budget placeholder line to allow, if the plan said this is a great idea, that you actually have money within your long-term plan budgets that could allow for it. So,
clarification, Your Worship. So even though we as councillors might vote for a recommendation, it doesn't in any way prejudge what the planning document is going to come out with.
correct. So if you, for instance, decide that you would provide $50,000 or some other figure for Wilson Park Development Group, you would put the recommendation would read subject to an agreement or completion within the plan.
I'd ask Dave to talk as well. The only challenge we have, Your Worship, is how do we rate for that? Because we'd need to put it in the LTP position. Yeah. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, if I could. So the 4 or 5 recommendations we got here underneath the one to adopt a plan that include dollar numbers. I must admit, I'm not clear on whether these are capital or OPEX. The word upgrade is included there a lot, and I've heard the word reseal. Now that, depending on the nature of that, upgrading something can be capital or operating.
You're asking my suggestions as to what they're likely to be?
Not necessarily. I just want to point out that the devil in the detail. There's construction of 2 new tennis courts. Okay, if they're constructed new, they're new. You can say, well, okay, capital costs with that one. Or if you want to put them in if they are OPEX, you can choose to have them rated or not rated, and just make our deficit position worse, so take longer to catch up.
Okay.
And I'm not recommending any of these. I'm just pointing out. But if you do go ahead and rate for them and then don't do them, you've got money in the bank that you're not going to spend for this purpose.
Exactly, but that is no different to, for instance, putting money into the budgets for replacement of this building. Instead of a building, you're putting money into a park asset. So, yeah, so I'm not sure that substantively changes. It's just giving you the ability to do it. The worst, the corollary would be that you agree to a plan and then you have no way of developing the plan. That's the argument I take. We're not actually speaking to a motion here, of course, at the moment, and I'll look forward to somebody putting motion on the table, but I'll take questions.
If I can just continue that, so if the plan comes up with the need to go and do some operating work,
yeah,
either there will be a budget for it or there won't be a budget for it. If there is a budget for it, then you've got to rate for it. If there isn't a budget for it, then there's a risk of having unbudgeted expenditure.
Correct.
So that's where we kind of.
That's the mix we're in. So for instance, if council decided that in principle that the $50,000 could be given to Wilson Park and said this was worth doing, subject to the planning process that goes with it, then you at least have that potential, that budget sitting there.
We would rate for it.
Yeah, and would rate for it. Yes, absolutely. So all of them come with that little bit of a rider, in my opinion, and the recommendation, whoever moves the recommendation, I'd advise them to put some words around that to lock that process in.
Just continuing that again, it would be a one-off rate increase. It wouldn't necessarily be the ongoing rate increase.
Correct.
So it's important we all are aware of that too.
Yeah, correct.
Councillor
Gordon.
Would it be, in light of what Mr. Thames just said, would it be advantageous for us if we voted on any of these to, in the word there, provide a capital provision of, so that we actually lock in, we're actually going to potentially expand. We're not saying we will or we won't, we're just putting a capital provision in, because it's going to be about building stuff, doing stuff, not about just mowing the grass slightly quicker than yesterday.
Yeah. That's exactly really what I'm getting at. Councillor Dalgety, you had your hand up next, I think.
So just a question, would this be as the last funder? Final funder?
That tends to be, I'd probably advise not to do that in this case, because sometimes there is an advantage in having money in someone's account so that they stand a greater chance of accessing other money. They look at the way, for instance, we have elected to fund some of the other things. You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, possibly, but
yeah,
some risk around that.
The principle is we wouldn't want to be, we need to be able to have our money back if something doesn't happen. But I think that's an agreement that the chief executive can work through with the funder, with the recipient. Councillor Duncan.
Two things, just something that I thought I understood around council funds that they cannot be used as seed funding.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
So actually it's not a question. That was my understanding around what Councillor Dalgety was saying, that council funding of a project like this cannot be used as seed funding. I thought that was one of the caveats to, you can't go to another funding agency and say we've got $50,000 here, and and we want you to match it if it's actually come from your council. I thought I understood that was just one of those things within funding. No?
Not
Okay.
that I'm aware of.
Okay, so what my original thing, may I? This open spaces and sporting facility strategy in year 1, this development of this plan, I'd like to know how long it's going to take to develop that. So would that have an impact on whether we would need funds this year? Is it going to, in fact, take it a year to develop such a plan? In which case we don't necessarily need to have it in our ratings until the following year.
I don't know the answer to that. I suspect that because they're Wilson Park you're referring to.
I'm just talking about basically what we're saying is none of these things can really go ahead until they've been put up against the open spaces and sporting facilities strategy plan. And I'm saying that such plan may take at least a year to make. And this is a question of staff, in which case we don't need to be putting these into our rates at this point.
Year 1.
I take on board. Do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, I think it's pretty accurate. I think at least a year to develop that plan would be accurate.
My second to that, I just wonder how there's been a lot of talk around the table about not pouring water on the enthusiasm. So I would like to see if we do have to say to people we can't actually do anything for a year, a really clear conversation with the people involved, a really clear strategy of communication.
You may wish to consider, Your Worship, that to Councillor Duncan's point, that we would engage with all of the parties as part of this plan, firstly. And secondly, you may wish to consider a motion that, or a recommendation that asks us to have this as part of our annual plan deliberation in a year's time.
Can I just check with staff? For instance, we've got, dealing with Wilson Park, for instance, we've got a park upgrades fund that we've allowed a sum of money each year. So first of all the money has gone this year. We've put 50,000 that we've already promised to Ratana.
Yes, I can't remember who they were allocated to, but it's has been spent for 2021.
But they were 50,000 type blocks, weren't they?
Some were smaller, but yeah, there were the bigger ones.
Up to $50,000.
So the actual parks upgrade partnership are for projects to the total value of 25,000. If the project's above that, and those projects, sorry, the smaller ones, go to the assets infrastructure for consideration. If the project's more than 25,000, then it comes through council, either at a council meeting or this process.
And the total pool of money that sits within that budget per annum is what?
100,000.
So that's the current policy that we have. So effectively, have we allowed $100,000 for next year that they could, because next year's total isn't taken, is it? So presumably if we have that budget, are we already budgeting for $100,000 in this space?
Yes. I will double check the budget.
Councillor Belsham, while we're waiting.
So just questioning that when you say, so the 2021 budget has been spent, that's to the end of this month.
Yes.
So the new budget will kick in July. Right. So it's only, the new budget will be available.
So Wilson, for instance, Wilson Park could be applying to council, which is the correct process, for $50,000 out of an existing budget. Attention. $5,000, but it can be up to $50,000 if council agrees. So it's potentially 50,000. Councillor Duncan.
My question then would be, Are you saying that although there are quite a few applications, you're just saying that, in fact, Wilson Park could then just be taken out of relying on this open spaces and sporting facilities strategy? That could go ahead separately. Wilson Park can go ahead because there is actually money in the bank, so to speak.
There's a budget line, is what I'm potentially saying, not necessarily you sort of decide yes or no. And you may decide yes or no subject to planning process, parks activity management plans. Councillor Hira.
So I'm taking that on board. Would that also include the Taihape playground?
Correct.
Okay. So potentially those two projects straight off could fit into that funding line.
Correct. And exactly the same way that the parks have been used in Martin, for them, and Ratana. Do we?
Confirming that there is 100,000.
So there is $100,000 currently sitting in the budget. So this wouldn't necessarily change your budget up to that sum of money. Right, I'm going to push on and see where we get to. So recommendation 2, that council does or does not provide $50,000 or some other fund to the Wilson Park Development Group for the upgrading of Wilson Park. Now, whether you want to put a rider on that recommendation around the development plan. Councillor Wilson, you prepared to move?
I'm prepared to move, but I'm going to move slightly a lesser figure than the 50,000. Can I do that?
To you, you're the mover.
I'm going to suggest that it's 25,000 as a figure to initiate the development of their plan. Yes, yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. Yep.
Right, have we got a seconder to that? I'll second it.
I was going to say I'll second it.
Did you want to specify that that's from existing budgets in the resolution?
From the existing budget.
Is that the intent?
We would need to say where that comes from if the motion passes. Unless you want to put it into your
from existing budget, yes. Yeah.
It's upgrade partnership. Right. I've seconded it. So yes. So do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I do, because I think this is the cleanest and most simplest way to enable this group to get on and get the traction that they need to push on with their project, which has been bouncing around now for some time. And I think as we go through the recommendation, other recommendations, I'll have similar comment.
Are the speakers to the motion? I'll go first, then I'll go to Councillor Bishop. Look, I'm going to support this motion. Effectively, on 2 or 3 different occasions, they have brought to council their plan. And we have at no stage said this isn't a satisfactory plan for council. I think I have that degree of sympathy with them. You know, I'm not sure that they've been highly organised all of the time. But they've tried to go to staff, for instance, and said, you know, if we do the liming as per plan, can we continue to mow the area without interference or added cost? So I'll support the motion. Any other speakers to it?
Can we just get clarification? Did you want the words in red in that resolution? So it ties
I'm not the
in.
mover. I'm only seconding the motion.
I'm asking through you.
subject to that, aren't you?
Do you wish to put in the subject to alignment with parks, open spaces and sporting?
No, I don't. No, and there's a very good reason for that, because I think that is contradictory to what I said, was it doesn't enable this group to get on and do what they've been trying to do for a significant period of time. And I think all that does is stifle them and tells them, you've got $25,000, but by the way, you've got to wait 18 months for it. And it's just a handbrake. It's all it is a handbrake. And the money's coming from an existing pot of money.
It's your motion, you've got a second.
Speak against your worship. Okay. If I may, I think that Councillor Wilson's stance completely contradicts what was passed in recommendation 1. I think for the first time since I've been on council, we're actually going to have a strategic look at our recreational areas and our parks. And it's something that I wish we'd had 8 years ago when we started down the Memorial Park journey.
Are you wishing to move an amendment or just speaking against?
No, I'm speaking against. I really think that, well, I'd love to see what was in red included in there.
That's why I asked you, are you wishing to move?
Yeah, I'd move that as an amendment, actually. Yeah, thank you. Without that, we just revert to ad hocism.
Well, let's not speak to the amendment until we have a seconder to the amendment. Councillor Hero, are you seconding the amendment? Now you can speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, without my proposed amendment, we revert to ad hocism, and that's where we've been in every park in the district. And look, if I can talk about Memorial Park, we've probably got 4 separate projects or more, and they're all going in their own direction, all thinking that theirs is the one. And that's the problem we have to get over. We have to work together. So I really would like to have that alignment with our parks and open spaces and et cetera strategy and management plan. That's key.
Any other speakers to the amendment?
I'll speak against the amendment. I can see this stifling this group. The reason this motion was put is to get this group underway and providing some impetus behind the plans that they've already provided to us. So, it's a way of almost seed funding their ability to drive forward. So I'll speak against it.
Any other speakers to the amendment? Otherwise, I'll put the amendment to the vote. Right, I'll put the amendment to the vote. Those in favour of the amendment, show of hands, please. Well, the amendment is lost. We now go back to the substantive motion, the original motion, with $25,000 being funded to this group. We wish any other speakers, otherwise I'll go to right of reply. No, right of reply?
No, I think it's been said.
Put it to vote, those in favour. Motion's carried, thank you very much. We need to, thank you. Recommendation 3, that the council does or does not provide 100 or 150,000 or other money to the Taipi Tennis Club for the upgrading of the Kokako Street Hall and construction of 2 new tennis courts. Looking for a mover. I note your comments around conversation required here. Councillor Gordon.
Yeah, I'll have a shot at it. The council does provide a capital provision of $100,000. And after tennis courts, if we could include what we had in red previously, the reference to the alignment, etc.
So this includes the construction of 2 new tennis courts. It doesn't answer the argument that will be placed in front of you, I'm sure, by Councillor Duncan. Your motion.
Look, this is big picture. We need to have this big picture discussion about the whole thing, about the whole 9 yards. And if they decide that they want to resurface courts instead of having new ones, that's fine. We're just getting it out there.
Would you change the wording?
I'd be open to.
You need to be quick with discussing because
Well, not.
councillors, I can only deal with recommendations and motions.
Mhm. Well, amend it to not say tennis courts, just say upgrade of the facilities. And then the
Okay, I'm happy.
new or resurfacing.
You insert those words. Councillor Duncan has a.
So whether I move an amendment to that?
Well, at the moment, we haven't got a second, so there's no motion.
Can I change the motion?
It's actually been
So
done, I think.
only with agreement.
I'm happy.
If we get different words in there that you're happy with them, prepared to seek a seconder then.
Paul, did you listen to what I had to say, actually?
Oh, sorry.
There's another.
Sorry.
But anyway, it's too late, we've already done it.
Sorry, Chris.
No, it isn't.
So
I've got a real issue with this recommendation.
hang on, we need to, so we've got a mover. The mover must have first right of speech. And I'll come to you next.
So I've put this recommendation to really get this onto the table and get this discussion happening. This is one of a number of projects that we have in front of us. And I really want to tie back to the open spaces and strategy and management plan. And this is step one of the process, nothing more and nothing less.
Right, now I'll take speakers to the motion. Councillor Hira.
I've got a.
Difficult.
The council provides a capital provision of $100,000 to the Taipi Tennis Club for the upgrading of the Kokoko Street Hall. So in the very first sentence, what I would, so I don't know if this is a question or I need some clarity on this. Who makes a decision on any of the council facilities and who does that come from? Because if you were going to, the issue that I have with this recommendation is that it has not gone out wider to, it's in one space only.
Look, what I might do is actually give you a ruling with this one. So what the motion says, the council provides a capital provision to the Taihape tenant for the upgrading of the Kokako Street Hall and construction of their facilities. It almost is saying that the Kokako Hall is their facility.
It doesn't.
And it's not. It's a council facility, and that's not for the tennis club to determine what should or should not happen to that hall. So what I'll do is I won't accept that as a motion because the indicative nature of the motion indicate that they own or have responsibility for the hall. So I'll rule that motion out of order and I'm looking for an alternative.
If we change there to community, would that step back and start again?
I would prefer you step back and start again. Councillor Duncan.
Could I suggest that the council provides capital provision of $100,000 to the Taihape Tennis Club for the upgrade of their facilities, subject to alignment with the parks, open spaces and sporting facility strategy and reserve management plans.
I would accept that because it doesn't relate directly to things we own.
So clarify which year this would apply to.
Absolutely.
Which year? Would you put in there which year you would like this to be from? Year 1 or 2?
Well, it would have to be in year 2 if it's dependent on that plan.
So it's just important to have it in this.
Okay.
I'll second.
Is that better?
So the recommendation now is that council provides a capital provision of $100,000 to the Taipi Tennis Club for the upgrading of their facilities year 2, subject to alignment with, etc. I would accept that as a motion provided you have a seconder. At the moment, that recommend the mover would not be Councillor Gordon, it would be Councillor Duncan. I'd be seeking a seconder to it. Are you prepared to second?
I've got a question of it. Can I question it before it's seconded, or do I have to wait until it's seconded?
Well, if I don't get a seconder, it completely dies.
I'll second, just to keep it on the table so we can talk about it.
So can we have Councillor Duncan and Councillor Gordon being reversed in order, please? Question I can take.
So a question is around the wording of, for the upgrading of their facilities. So does the Taipi Tennis Club own the tennis courts?
They own the courts. They don't own the land underneath them.
They're part owner.
Yeah, in partnership with Taipi Netball.
Yeah, correct.
So they own the surface, is that correct?
Yeah. So the surface that needs resurfacing is not, it was the two clubs to put that surface down. They own effectively the courts. We own the land that's underneath them. So I'm prepared to accept that in that terms. Right, Councillor Duncan, we've got a motion that I'm prepared to accept. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I'd just like to say, of course, this is, as Councillor Gordon said, it's getting it on the table, it's getting it in there. I think the parks, open spaces and sporting facility strategy is going to be key to how this goes forward. But one of the things they and of course, you know, the amenities build is actually going to be taking over one of their courts. And when they had that discussion with staff, it was put to them that what was more important, replacing that court or upgrading their facilities, the surface of the existing courts. And they actually did say that it was the resurfacing. And as far as council is concerned, with that brand new facility going in there, if that resurfacing could happen, it would actually be significantly, you know, it would add.
Enhance.
Yes, it would enhance the whole thing. So that's why I think that a very generic movement such as that is helpful.
And thank you. I'll speak to this one. I'll speak in favour of this. And the reason being, we have spent a huge amount of time in negotiation with the clubs around removal of part of their facility, in effect, to build the new amenities block. So this was almost like a deal that has already been done, to my mind. I'll speak to the comment.
Yeah, just for clarification purposes and putting this in budget speak, when we talk about a capital provision, to some people that's going to trigger, it's a capital budget. But if we're giving the money to the Taihapi Tennis Club to go and do whatever they want to do, then it's a donation almost. So I just want to make sure we're all clear as to whether we're building this thing or we're giving the tennis club the money to go and do what they want. And if they're doing what they want, are they actually building our asset, in which case it sort of becomes a donated asset back to us. So I'm not clear on whether this is a capital budget or an operating budget at this stage.
I think my advice would be that it is a capital budget, that we wouldn't be physically giving the money, we would be contracting to have the work done to meet their requirements.
So we're not going to provide $100K to the tennis club then. We're going to provide a
We'd be undertaking to have work done to the value of that.
In conjunction with the tennis club.
That, Galen, is that how you see this?
Yes, but aren't I, as part of the amenities? Is that how you see it as well?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, you make a good point, Galen, because we have an existing council resolution to have a look at the cost of either creating a new tennis court or resealing the existing tennis courts, and to bring that back to council as part of the amenities building. So that's still an outstanding action, and it might actually tick that off already.
Yeah. I think that this, yeah, you saying that we could fund it out of this year's existing budget, we're at the end of the financial year.
It depends on how much it is and what they're open to.
Look, I think we have to carry forward the budget because we're not physically going to be able to do it. So I'll take on board the comments. I'm really hoping to get to a voting stage soon. Councillors here, I'm starting to find it hard work.
Your worship, just with respect to Mr. Tim's question, if we had set aside instead of provide, would that make the staff position easier?
No, I think
No?
the same
No?
words. would
Okay,
apply.
fine.
Councillor, you're right.
Well, I'd just like to say it is hard work. And your comment about things being hard work, this is hard work. Because we are talking about things that are going to affect our people, the people of our district. So I'd like to say that I'm glad that it's got subject to alignment. And I just want to go back and support what Councillor Gordon had initially said about the very first kaupapa around that parks, open spaces and sporting facilities strategy. The big picture of how all of these things fit on. Because this is piecemeal as far as I'm concerned. If we're going to go through every single one of these things to decide, because we make a decision on one thing that's okay for here, but then we get down to the next thing and it's not, suddenly it's not okay for there. So and I'm referring to the last recommendation that was made regarding Wilson Park, where something was, okay, we're going to go there, but now that we've dropped into this, it's in my head, it's changed. So it makes total sense in my head that we have a plan. This is what these are the criteria of where things fit into it, and that's how it works. So I'll be speaking to support. Which one is it?
Right. I'll go unless the silent speakers, Councillor Ash.
Yeah, I'm speaking against this as much as I want to have amazing facilities across the district, and I really do. I want that for the entire district. Notwithstanding Mr. Bernardi's comments, I'm just urging us all to consider the impact on our ratepayers at every step of the way, like I've said before, and wherever possible to engage with the stakeholders to apply for external funding and to really support them in that direction to lessen the impact on our ratepayers for everything.
Councillor Duncan, just write a reply.
I'd just like to say that $100,000, considering what they have to do in having lost a court, is actually a drop in the bucket, and they're going to have to go out for external funding anyway, and which I think will be supported, and it's still subject to the facility strategy and management plan. So I have absolute confidence that this is the right thing to do, given how far we've come and how we've got to this point.
Put it to the vote. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Recommendation 4. This is approval for Bulls to Domain Upgrade Volunteers Group to investigate proposal. Now, would this become part of what you're doing in effect to 1? Absolutely. So I'm not sure that we actually have to. We've already agreed to 1. I think that the reply to the submitters is to say that we accept that. And because of consultation required, they'd be part of this group anyway. So.
And the review of the parks management plans will include Bulls Domain, so they'll be involved in that.
So can we just note that that we have already agreed to a plan formation and that they would be part of it? So I'm not sure that we need a recommendation other than the recommendation is that we reply to the Bulls Domain Upgrade Volunteers Group to say that council has decided the recommendation. Right? Yeah. Thank you. I think we've got that. I think I can now move on. And move on to the two next to it. Recommendation 5, that council does not provide financial support. We haven't got a figure, etc., around the Tai Happy Squash Club. It doesn't give us an indicative figure. Can somebody just check what the request was in terms of dollars?
I can confirm your worship that there wasn't a requested dollar figure, which is why it's in blank.
In the submission, did the squash club ask for support in the consenting process?
Yes, it
I
did.
haven't got the document in front of me.
And that's bullet point 3. Look, I would suggest to councillors that we provide a response to say, if you want to put money or support the consenting process, subject to the park plan upgrade process. Your call, Councillor Wilson.
I was about to put a figure in there, but I would just like to make a comment that I don't know that this one particularly falls in with the park plan. It's a private building. I don't know that it quite falls into your last comment about subject to the upgrade. So I'm just not quite sure that is relevant, Your Worship, that last comment. But I'd like to suggest that council provides financial support up to $10,000 for internal consenting costs.
Okay. Yeah, I take on board your comments and slowly
And I'll speak to that.
Looking for a seconder to that. So Councillor Carter is seconding it, but let's get the motion. Because the Chief Executive is out of the room, we're not allowed to jump the gun here. Right.
You happy with that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. Your seconder, you're still happy? So this is effectively putting $10,000 towards the internal consenting costs for their plans.
The seconder was Councillor Carter.
Yes, so already typed on there. Right. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Simply to say the precedent has been set along similar lines with other projects that have come to council. And I think that because that precedent is set, this is a fairly straightforward and simple recommendation, and it reflects what was brought to council in their submission. Okay.
Right. Speaker's motion.
I'd like to support that. Thank you. Yes, I think it does cover off what Squash was asking for in the first place, and as a first step. And that is also, of course, subject to the plan or not? No, it's not subject to the management plan.
No, it's not relevant.
Okay.
Separate issue.
Yep. No, I still support.
Councillors, are there anybody wanting to speak against this motion? Councillor Hera.
I want to speak about it, and I don't know if it's going to be for or against it, to be honest.
See where it goes.
So the relevance of the big plan is what I want to go back to. This in my mind, they've come to us twice with done detailed plans, done some quite detailed work, put their own money behind something to come up with a product, come up with a concept That's not just actually, because not just actually about the Taipei Squash Club, but actually about that whole area. So it just something doesn't sit right with me when we've okayed $100,000 to go to one side of something, and we're allowing and we're making a decision to put $10,000 towards an internal consenting cost. So for those councillors that don't come from that area, but that would have listened to the submissions when they'd come through, or to those this is even prior to the submitters, I just feel like there's something that's been lost in it, because we know, as the people that live in that community, the amount of angst from the community just around the amenities build and the grandstand. I feel that because that we've lost something somewhere in between both of them, and I just want to again go back to one of the things that Councillor Gordon talked about, of trying to get people together so that we're going forward in a way where it's not Taipei, there's one thing in this bit of the park, one thing in that bit of the park, one thing in that bit of the park, of trying to how can we make that happen, of getting the groups all together, because potentially, you know, these hundreds of thousands of dollars that again are going to be put into that park. So I mean, at the end of the day, that's up to everybody else to decide upon, but that's what's sitting, that doesn't kind of make sense in my own head about that.
So can I just clarify, because financial support of 10,000, even though it's internal, could be read differently. I think if you're wanting it to be a waiver, we should be clear in your recommendation.
My movement was to waiver. Yes, so however that can be worded in there, that's what my intention of them.
Waiving internal, just add the words waiving internal consent costs.
And just continuing that, if them internal consenting costs weren't budgeted in the first place, there's zero budget consequence of this.
Yeah. Right.
I'd like to speak in favour, but I'd like, in doing so, I'd like to clarify what Councillor Hero was saying. I'm in favour of this, but this is limited to the building of the extra court, which we've already effectively given them a piece of land to do. It's not in favour of all the other stuff that they were, you know, having big picture visions of car parks and camper vans and all that other stuff. This is just limited to their courts, but it doesn't actually say that in the motions. I know that's what Councillor Wilson is inferring. Perhaps it needs to be tightened up a little bit. But in view of all the other stuff around big picture spatial planning of the parks, I think we need to lock it in pretty tightly.
I was okay with it as it stood.
Well, have we tried to make it clear for us, I suppose?
Yes. No. Well, I think it needs to be changed back to what it was. But I think if you want the additional words around restricting it to, it's fine.
Well, could I speak to that perhaps in my right of reply? It might give some clarity to that. I don't think you need to restrict it to whether or not the consenting costs are for a squash court or for a car park or anything. It's consenting costs. If they've gone over $10,000, well, they'll be paid. It's quite simple. It's internal consenting costs up to $10,000. That's what the intent of my original motion was, that we provide internal consenting costs or waived internal consenting costs up to $10,000. And if they choose to use that to do the car park, as they may see that that's the need of their facility or whatever, it's still only up to $10,000. It doesn't really matter whether, I think by saying it's just for the court or it's just for this or it's just for that, it doesn't really matter because it's internal consenting costs up to that value. So I think the motion reads absolutely fine. I don't think it needs to be clarified any more than that.
may just want to clarify excluding GST, that's what I'm saying.
Excluding GST. Okay.
Otherwise, you're 10 or 8.5 grand. So.
All right. Look, I've got the feeling that everybody in the room now is sort of in this space where they agree in principle. So I'm going to put it to the vote. So those in favour?
No.
Carry. Thank you. Recommendation 6. This is the Taipi Playground Group and the created in the Taipi Memorial Park. Now, have they been already guaranteed $50,000 or they haven't been?
Right.
So they haven't been. So in effect, they could be applying for money that is sitting within our grant, our budgets. Somebody have a motion there. Councillor Hero.
If we go back to the motion that was put in around Wilson Park, I'll be able to go back to what that motion was. And I would say that we would replace Wilson Park Development Group with. Yeah.
So you're really cutting and pasting from that recommendations to this. At what figure are you wanting to put in? You've asked for 50K.
Well, I don't know how we couldn't do that, to be honest. I think that would absolutely show that we are being ad hoc about everything if we didn't do that. So I'm happy to go 25,000 is actually a start.
Your motion.
Second.
So we're going to move in a second and we'll provide 25,000 Taipi Playground Group for the upgrading that. You wish to speak to your motion?
No.
Any speakers to motion, Councillor Gordon?
Got a question, Your Worship. A question of the mover. Is this going to be subject to the management plan and all the other big picture stuff?
Sorry, are we able to go back up to what was in the initial one around Wilson Park? Amendment and subject to, so I would say no, because it was lost. So if we're trying to be consistent, we'll be consistent here.
It's your motion, it's not our motion.
Sorry, no.
Right. Speakers to it. No, I'll put it to the vote.
I'll speak against, Your Worship.
You just
I just said speakers to it, so you're going to have the opposite.
Yeah,
So,
I
okay,
mean,
I'm going
speakers to the motion doesn't mean for or against.
Oh, okay, right, okay. So I'm going to speak against this one because I feel that this is where we need to have this big picture thing. What this group is proposing is to actually shift the playground. And in some ways, I think they want to emulate what has happened down beside Memorial Hall. $25,000 is nothing, won't even start. But we need to actually, as part of this whole big picture plan, we need to say to these people and the whole town, look, where do we want to have a playground? Does it fit? Does it not fit? We haven't even had that discussion. I think in order for us to do it properly, you know, the biggest picture thing is we support them and we should apply the mechanism that Mr. Bernardi has actually put out there. And that's the logical way forward. With the previous motion, you know, that the Squash Club had already decided and we'd given them the land. That's moving on, but this one is new and we've got to do it right. Otherwise, we're going to be down in the same hole that we've been for the last 8 years around people arguing about whether they want something or don't want something. We've got to have this logical planning. So I'm voting against this one. And I'll foreshadow a motion.
If you're going to foreshadow a motion, by definition, you need to do it now.
Okay. Right.
You can't foreshadow a motion without quoting a motion.
Okay, so the motion that I'm seeking to foreshadow when I can find it on my machine is that Council does support the Taihape Playground Group in upgrading Memorial Park Playground, subject to the wording that we had around aligning with the, I've just completely lost the words. Yeah, subject to alignment with the parks, open spaces, etc.
The same sum of money. 25.
I'm not even putting money in there. I'm just saying we're supporting them and we need to have this big picture thinking.
For your motion, if you're foreshadowing, it needs to indicate funding level as well. Because effectively a foreshadowed motion is showing being upfront around the option that you're going to put on the table, and really should be a motion that is written out.
Okay, with a, and let's put in there with capital provision. Support for capital provision of up to 50,000. Well, it's a capital provision, so it's not coming out of rates. It's a, no, it's a capital provision. So,
Can still come out of the parks upgrade fund. That doesn't make change. Councillor Duncan.
I'd like to speak for this motion. Sorry,
So
are we
we're
doing?
back to the original motion.
Back to the original
Forget
motion.
the foreshadowed motion for the moment.
Yes, it was quite clear in their submission, in the Playgrounds Group submission and in their oral submission, that they have done quite extensive consultation within the Taihape community, including all of the primary schools. And so I feel that if we had to do consultation from scratch, it would just be pushing back the whole thing. And that's my main point. I feel that it's not going to really affect the rest of the park where they're wanting to put it, and they have actually looked at infrastructure to see if that was going to be affected. So I think it's a great thing to support, and it is in the same vein as supporting Wilson Park earlier on.
You've already spoken.
I've spoken against it.
Well, it's Councillor Ashton and myself.
I'll be supporting the motion expressly because it's stated that it's coming out of our budgeted fund already. And as Councillor Hedoa pointed out earlier, rightfully so, marries up with what's happening in the southern end of the district.
Right, I'll speak to this. I'm actually going to vote against the motion because I prefer the foreshadowed motion in part. And the reason for preferring it is the sum of money. And I could have chased an amendment. But for instance, Martin has had 2 applications for this fund that you've given 50,000 each to. Ratana, you have promised 50,000 to. Taihape suddenly is saying, we're not going to give you $50,000, we're going to give you half of that. It's a really tough conversation when the number of submissions in the submission documents that says we do not receive the same level of support that the rest of the district has. And I continue to go back and say that's actually not true, and I can demonstrate. But here, I can't answer that. So I prefer to, my support will be going to the foreshadowed motion. In terms of making it happen quickly, I still think there's the opportunity for that in terms of the development areas of the park. And that could be done within a reasonably timeframe manner, even if it's not part of the whole district-wide deal, that we take that aspect of it first. So I won't be supporting the existing motion. Right, we're up to right of reply?
Thank you. Because I was going to ask, so the reason I went with 25,000 is in my logical brain, I'm trying to follow a process that has been set out in the past
Yeah,
on what we've been
understand.
doing. Hence the reason of 25,000. What I was going to ask is, can I take the amount from 25 to 50,000? So that was going to be the first thing. And again, in my logical brain, there was at the first, at the recommendation around Wilson Park, it was pointed out that we didn't need it, or it was voted down that the subject to alignment, because in my head that made total sense, but then it got pointed out to us that this was going to be put into the Parks Upgrade Partnership Fund. So that's where that's the difference of not putting it in there the second time around. But I'm not a loggerheads with
My advice to you, councillor, is you've put the motion, you've had a second, there's been discussion. I need a resolution to that motion. Is it possible for you to vote against your motion, vote for the foreshadowed motion? Yes, it is possible. It's your call. So we've had a right of reply. I must put the motion. So those in favour of the motion. Those against. Right, the motion is lost. Now I must put the foreshadowed motion. So I need it. I was just going to say that. I need a seconder to the foreshadowed motion. Councillor Lambert, we'll put you on the scoreboard. Now, do you wish to speak further? Or
enough said, Your Worship.
Any other speakers for this?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why does it have to be in year 2? Oh, that's right.
That's probably reasonable by the time they do their planning and other fundraising. So I'd be happy.
Thank you.
Actually, Worship, I have got one comment, but I'll do this right at the time.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Councillor Ash.
I think this is possibly a moot point, but the budget that this is going to be tapping for this, I would feel more comfortable voting for this if I knew it was coming out of the Parks Partnership Fund.
Well, it can do.
The wording doesn't state that.
It's just a capital provision.
Would you be happy as mover to include the words out of the partnership fund?
Your Worship, I'd prefer to leave it really broad.
Right.
Because I think that gives council a red aura.
Right. Right, a reply?
Yeah, the one point I'd really like to stress, that this group has got their hearts set on a section of ground between the grandstand and the TAS school. And that at times is a very, very highly used piece of ground. And if we don't consult with the wider community, there's going to be mud all over the place. This is, we really have to get this right. This is what the alignment with the parks and open spaces plans, etc., have got to happen. Because in Taihape, we share one piece of dirt. Martin's got 3. I don't know how many balls he's got. I'm not even going to start counting. We've got to get it right. And there's all this sort of competition, so over space. So we've just got to go with the motion. I encourage you to vote for it, please. And make staff's life easier.
Right, we'll stop it there. We'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Why does it take us so long to get everybody hand up in the room? However, next one.
I'm happy to move that council does enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Tūtunu Stream Restoration Society.
Seconding councillor Dalgetty. Do you wish to speak to it?
I'd like to just say this group is very organised. They do a fantastic job around this reservoir, and we just need to get in and support them. And I think setting up an MOU with that group will make their life a lot easier and our life a lot easier going forward.
Any speakers to it? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you. Next one.
I also move that council does commit an annual contribution of $10,000 to the Tūtunu Stream Restoration Society from the existing operational budgets for the reservoir.
You're moving that, seconding. You wish to speak to it?
I know the report explains the reasons that we've got funding there, and I think we utilise that budget line to help support this group do the work they want to do.
Because Councillor Gordon, Councillor Lambert, myself.
Question, if I may. The budget line that we have, is that effectively funded out of monies that we made from the harvest of the trees in the forestry harvest? We set that aside as a capital sum and now we're chipping away at it.
It was initially, whether that fund's been expended or not, I don't know.
Yeah, no, this is just rather than OpEx budget.
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship, can I ask the mover whether he wishes to put a year in the resolution, potentially years 1 to 3 for long-term plan?
For years 1 to 3, annual contribution of $10,000 for years 1 to 3 of the multi-P. Sorry.
I think it's Councillor Lambert.
Oh, no, that was just going to be my question. Will it have a end time frame on it? It has.
I'll speak to this. I have crawled, walked or run parts of this every single night other than last night for the last, I think, 10 days. And every single night I have met, because I go right on dusk, you know, I'll try and fit it in somewhere. Every single night I have met volunteers doing the track. And that's no exaggeration. Those volunteers have had their own machinery, loaders, ready. So the western side of the track now has been virtually completely lined. So you see people out there every night with tractors and things and rakes and so on. They have every few days, they are checking all of their traps. They are saying that they're going to replant some of the stuff close to the track and let the rest. But the public interest in this has been huge. Even though I go sort of late in the evening, there are always vehicles there. It's very difficult to find a time when there's no one there. The usage has been phenomenal. So strongly in support. Any other speakers? Right a reply?
No, you gave it fantastically. Thank you.
Put it to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you. And they've constructed lovely, structures in terms of their when you arrive and things. It's been done really, really well. Right, that's that one. Recommendation 9. This is weed control. That council.
Happy to move.
Happy to move. You need to say either confirms or doesn't.
Confirm, sorry.
I'm conflicted. Do you wish me to leave the room? I feel I should.
No, you don't have to leave the room, but you can't vote on this item. And so the minutes should acknowledge that Councillor Gordon is chairing the Reg group in an unpaid facility, unpaid role. No. Councillor Dunn.
Sorry, I was seconding.
You're seconding. And Councillor Wilson, you wish to speak to it?
Just to say it's a group that does a significant amount of work for us. So I would have suggested at quite a low budget. And if we were to take the work that they do and farm it out somewhere, we're paying a lot more than what we're paying now.
Councillor Dalgety?
Question, please.
Yes, certainly.
So just for clarification, please. So MPI have given the Rangatiki River Catchment Collective over $1 million to sort out Old Man's Bed. Why would you need this as well as that?
Sorry?
Why wouldn't they use that $1 million instead of this 20,000?
So the MPI one is particular to one area.
Meaning the whole of the Rangitikei.
Do you wish to provide us with some advice?
If I may, the MPO money is restricted to the private sector space for members of the Rangitikei River Collective. This funding is for the roading corridors of the Rangitikei district.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Any further questions? Otherwise, I'll put it to a vote through right or reply.
None required.
The vote, those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. So, we'll just move on. In terms of a break, how about we stop at 3:45? We've still got a little bit to go. Yeah, I suspect that rubbish and recycling things it's going to take us longer than we think. So we'll stop for only 10 minutes at 3:45. Right. The next one, community leadership recommendation. The council either approves or doesn't approve $200,000 or any other figure for funding towards the Living Hope Samoan OOG for the purchase of 378 Wellington Road as a final funder for the development of the Pacifica Community Hub, or the other options. Be useful if somebody speaking to a motion. Councillor Hira.
I'd like to recommend that council does authorise officers to engage in further discussions with Living Hope Samoan OOG to see what non-financial assistance can be provided.
Seconded. You wish to speak to it? Any speakers to this? I'll speak in support of this. It's very difficult for us to go and say that we will provide a lot of cash to fund out of council ratepayer money. I have some degree of sympathy as to where they're at. Any other speakers? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you.
Your Worship, can I just note on that item that there was a error in the original deliberations report around the property, so that's been corrected and the corrected version is on the website. Just a note if you get any comments.
Thank you. Moving on. Now finally, I think on other. Yeah. I wonder how many people have still got online out there that are persevering with us. Presumably those submissions on other matters. Other issues, recommendation, topic 4, Hunterville St John's Ambulance Station. This is about a contribution or not towards the St John Ambulance Station in Hunterville as a final funder. So bearing in mind that we have already offered support in terms of land, is that correct, officers? So, Councillor Dalgety, question?
Can I speak to this and update the room a little bit?
Do you wish to speak to a motion?
I'd have to amend one of the motions up there, yeah.
Your motion.
Okay, so that council does contribute $50,000 towards ambulance facilities in Hunterville as the final funder.
Right, so you're moving that, looking for a seconder to that. Thank you, Councillor Lambert, you're seconding. Yes, do you wish to speak to your motion?
So just like to listen up, guys. This is not in the public forum yet, but there has been.
Well, can I stop you there? We are live streaming. This is a public meeting. Whatever you say will be in the public forum.
I've checked that out. Sorry, I am chair of the Hunterville Sport and Recreational Trust,
Yeah,
who may, it hasn't been developed yet, may end up being the holder of the funding of this money. So how things have progressed is basically St John have said, build your own community facility. Do you want me to keep going? Yeah. So effectively over COVID, St John's budget for this project went over 700,000, and the community were very concerned about that and wanted it to move on. So they've got precedent in the South Island where they've let the community build the facility, fund and build the facility themselves, and on the proviso that they don't use St John in their funding process. So they can't use, so it becomes an ambulance facility. The Hunterville community always wanted to own this building, so that if something does happen in the future, it goes back to the community. St John have agreed to lease this building from the community, and they have put a timeline of 2 years that they want this up and running in the next 2 years.
so first of all, question from me, and I'm aware of this, obviously.
Yeah.
In terms of funding, because we would not own the building, it couldn't be regarded as a capital expense because council don't have ownership of it. So it'd be an operational grant.
I probably just would like to add, yeah.
Take questions first. Question, Councillor Carter?
Conflict of interest.
So
as she is the receiver of monies in the club that is looking at doing this.
So you're questioning a councillor on conflict of interest? Do you wish to answer that? It is up to you to whether you wanted to declare a conflict of interest that I would need to rule on.
So I did declare my conflict of interest at the start of this conversation. That is how we intend to proceed. It's not set up yet.
Okay, so because you declared the conflict of interest, I'll rule that you can be a source of information, but you cannot vote on this. I think in terms of clarity, I think probably this is one level that probably because of the level of interest, I think that's probably one that you would be better off not being in the room during the discussion.
So can I just clarify that? So what the vision is that a 2-bedroom dwelling, sort of built off-site, bought onto site, was bought in, and a IL4 garage is put alongside.
Thank you. I think if we need further questions, I'll come out and see you or a staff member will around points of clarification. Councillor, you're going to declare a conflict of interest?
Well, yes, I am actually on that committee as well. I'm not a very active member, but I am on the committee.
If you are on the committee, that is a conflict. I'm sorry.
Not very active.
So we've emptied out Hunterville.
I think it's Your Worship, just for procedurally, the two councillors have now left the room and declared a conflict out of the mover and the seconder. Yeah. Inappropriate.
Correct.
In which case I would be thinking that we need to deal with that.
Yeah, so I'll
back at the or
no, look, what I'll do is I'll rule from the chair that because the mover and seconder have now declared a conflict of interest, I'll rule the motion out of order. So that doesn't stop somebody else moving exactly the same motion, but we're not speaking to a motion at the moment. Councillor Hera.
I'd like to move that council contributes $50,000 towards ambulance facilities in Hunterville. as the final funding.
Have we got a seconder to that? Councillor Duncan, you're seconding. Do you wish to just somebody push that door shut, please?
To specify a year funding.
Would the mover like to specify a year of that funding? Bearing in mind that this has to be built within 2 years, I think I'd suggest you specify year one.
Year one.
Good choice. Right. Councillor Hero, do you wish to speak to it?
Well, all I'd like to say is that I know that council did put $50,000 towards Taihape. Ambulance.
So what you're saying is the degree of precedence here. And bearing in mind they're slightly different functions, but yeah, you wish to speak to it?
I'm actually going to speak against it. While I agree with the sentiment, there's a whole heap of new information that just got dumped on us that we haven't had any time to understand what the implications of all of this is, as to what the makeup of this is going to be. Is it going to be a private entity that is leasing out a building for a financial return by putting $50,000 into it? What is actually the makeup of this new thing that's going to come? And I'm sorry, whilst I look, the sentiment of the $50,000 for Hunville and the ambulance facility is absolutely great. I'm really concerned with the procedures around this. There's a lot of fish hooks in here I can see we could walk into and potentially set a precedent that we may not get out of. So I'm going to speak quite strongly against it.
Can I have a staff member go out and clarify what the level of lease would be per year, please?
Well, just point of order, just on that, you wish. I don't think, we can't keep injecting this. It's not a submission. We're dealing with what we've got in front of us here right now. And sorry, you're the chair.
So there was a submission made around funding
for St John's
and Hunville.
Yes.
So we've just had a further explanation around that. I think the submission still, by intent, lives. But I would like to know, please,
Can you clarify the question from?
that St John's will be paying per year. Councillor Ash.
I'm absolutely in favour of Hunterville having a ambulance station. However, I'm in the same camp as Councillor Wilson. I don't feel comfortable that I don't feel we've got enough information to support it at this stage.
Further speakers to the motion, Councillor Carter.
I'm questioning the motion for the fact that I understand that Hunterville have a heck of a lot of trouble turning their ambulance out to calls and rely on Taihape or Martin to cover that area whilst their ambulance sits in the station. And with the volunteers being able to turn that truck out, turn their vehicle out. So that is a big concern as to how St John's are intending to support the turnout of the vehicle itself.
I mean, that's a question that is beyond us, but my understanding is St John's have been part and parcel to this discussion all the way through, and they had looked at a level of funding of $700,000 to build what they wanted to build, which was probably unachievable. So I think there's probably enough still to, indication that it would be a supported base. Councillor Belcher.
I'll speak in favour of the motion. We have set precedent in other communities within our district. I'm sure this group is organised enough to be conversant with St John's and deliver what St John's want to utilise in that space, and it's an important function of the community. So I'll speak in support of it.
We'll take a break after this item, by the way. Councillor Duncan.
I'd like to speak in support of it still, having heard the comments is very valuable, but I do know that this particular trust and Hunterville generally are a fantastic community and have been very successful previously with their various projects. So I have absolute confidence in that. Well, that's my main thing actually, and because of the precedent with the $50,000 for the Taihape St John's as a final funder that we've already agreed to, I think there is a precedent.
I'll speak in favour of this. Part of the reason for speaking in favour is because of the track record that Hunterville and this group have in managing their facilities and managing effectively community facilities for the entire Rangitikei. Their track record is unbelievable in that regard. And there is a degree of precedence, in fact, that we've given a similar sum of money to Taihape. Any other speakers to the motion? Right, do you wish to write a reply?
Probably just to say that if the information, if the information hadn't have been put out, and I'm pretty sure, I would think that over the years when decisions like this or recommendations have come through council, that we haven't necessarily had all the information up front in the first degree. The information is up front, and I'm taking on board the people that are involved, Hunterville itself as a community, and so I'm just going to
I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion is carried. Thank you. I will make a comment within the room. In some ways, it's a pity when you get a small community where two people that are actively in support of a project are ruled out in terms of a conflict of interest because they're supporting a community event where they have no personal financial gain. I think they've taken the correct stance, don't get me wrong. But effectively, the smaller the community, the more we rely on these people. So would you like to welcome them back into the room? We will stop. So how many recommendations have we got to go? Just these two. Right. We might as well deal with them. Yeah. Right. We'll push on then, certainly. Next recommendation is that the report and deliberations on revenue and has been received. That's done. That's done. We'll just close the meeting. Can staff assure me that there aren't any submissions that have not been dealt with? Everything's been dealt with.
So,
Do you want Dave to say where we're at with the rates thing?
Yes, please.
yeah, well, the cat's got a running total. Myself and Carol haven't gone through, obviously, and looked at what we're up to, but council might be interested to see if everything that was approved today is to be rate funded. Where does that take us 6.95 to?
Yep.
5 minutes.
Can we have a couple of minutes if we
Yeah.
weren't 100% clear?
We need a break while you
Yeah,
do
so
that.
let's have a 5 minute break.
That's the chair. Councillors will resume just after 4 o'clock.